here.
How are you guys?
Wonderful. Good.
All right. All right, thank you. Thank you. I think I've taken care of that other situation. I'm so glad I wrote out there. I looked at the rooms. That's just the menu from it, so I'll just let everybody take a peek at it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, because it had been a couple years since I've been out there, but I just remember it was kind of nice. But, yeah, if it's
And
too,
the green room is, it's
it's too small, it's too small.
yeah, I think they'd only get like a couple of tables like this
Gotcha.
in it, and I wasn't sure it was gonna be the best, so,
Yeah, because there needs to be some room to space out.
yeah, that's what I was saying too. So that's the room.
Oh, yeah.
So
Actually,
they'll make a
that's-
U in there.
That goes to outside, right?
Yeah, I think there's doors out here.
That was the room I was thinking of,
Oh, okay,
where the chamber does their silent auction.
yeah. So they could make, it's fairly large and they can make a big U,
Yeah.
they said in there,
Okay,
so
cool.
that would be good. So, good. Hello.
I can do things right up. Because he talked a little bit to me so I could understand some of what was going on, but he said he would follow up.
Yeah, we'll. I just had somebody send me that message and I didn't.
Hi, how are you all?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you came.
See, that's how I feel. You know, as I write things, I
That's what you
find
said.
somebody else, because my brain
You're
is
gonna leave me.
what my brain thinks is there.
Exactly.
And, so,
I don't mind a bit.
okay.
Oh, I didn't. How long you were here?
Yeah, okay, you want me to do it? Fine.
Yeah.
But
I went over there and think.
I'm gonna take it.
no, it's okay.
No.
Okay, you're gonna regret it.
Will I now?
How are you, Miss Georgia?
I'm fine, how about you?
Can't complain.
Nobody listens to me when I complain anymore.
I know, that's, I would tell you that's exactly right. My father used to say something to the effect
I
of,
feel you on that one.
no one's listening, so.
I mean, even my 6-year-old granddaughter is like, Gigi, get over it.
Give it a rest, Gigi.
Yeah, it's okay, Gigi. Okay, I got you.
that you said? That you'd added something or changed?
Oh, just for y'all's information, if I get
What
up
did you
around,
add?
if we're still in session, I get up around 9:20 and leave. It's not because I don't enjoy your company. I'm working tonight, so I gotta beat feet
Well,
around.
let's hope we're not here at 9:20.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
One never knows.
Let's hope we're not
But
here.
just in case we are, which I pray that we're not.
I think if you have to leave at 9:20, we all do, just saying.
No.
We'll help you. Do we get to go to the barracks? I just wanna know.
Yeah.
Say something to those.
It was quiet last night.
Put them in.
It was only, they're staggering them in because it's really a cool plan that we've got going. They're bringing them in incrementally and they're testing them as they bring them in and then they're
Say that again, they're what incrementally?
bringing the cadets back.
Oh, okay.
And then they've got,
But if
Yeah,
you
they
let
gotta-
me know before.
they test them and then they send them to a holding area and if you're good, you get to go to the barracks and then if you're not,
And
you're
honestly,
off to
as
isolation.
things have come
So
up,
they're
Wow.
trying to create
like
a
flights today, but they're
over
little,
there
nothing.
to the greatest degree possible.
Yeah, that's a good system, you know?
But
We went over last spring and they were practicing on the firing range. We were back wherever that,
Yeah.
the firing range is. And so we were taking the trail and everything and, you know, I said to my husband, well, let's, I wanna run a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did for just a little bit and then all these really healthy, robust people, just, I was holding them up, I think. And my
Well, I'm just
husband.
proud that you were out there running, Susan,
That's
that's
what I
a,
thought,
you know,
yeah, they,
yay.
that one girl went around twice, I think, and I was like, yeah, I think I'll stop now, and,
Well,
they
before,
weren't even breathing hard.
before I had my hip surgery, when I had the park, it's probably
That's what I need
about
to
300 or
do.
400 yards from the barracks. I was like hobbling in and this one kid, I just remember one night, did 2 laps in the amount of time it took me to get from my park to home.
Yeah, well, when you're running and you can hear someone behind you, just like, I know, okay, you're slowing down, I'll stop. Just give me a second. It's just, and they're not even breathing hard, it's just, it's not right. What do they practice with over there? Are they M5s or are they M16s? What are they?
They likely qualify with the M4. The ceremonial one that they are issued is an M14.
14.
This was a Vietnam era,
Yeah.
but it's demilitarized. So
What's the current? Is it an M5 or an M4 currently?
M4,
M4?
yeah, M4 carbine pretty much. I was in, it was an M16A2, which was long.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What?
It was the M16A2, which was longer. The M4, it's got an adjustable stock.
Yeah.
I get them at the end of the year when they're like 75% off.
Yeah.
I fired them in there.
So is that standard issue now, like in Washington for the National Guard, they've got M4s?
First of all, they didn't provide food for.
What do we do with all the M16s?
They provide
They're
food
probably in a warehouse.
Superintendent.
With, they've got this program, it's called Civilian Marksmanship Program, and what they've done over the years is they'll get government surplus stuff, some automatic stuff like M1 carbines, M1 Durans, M14s, things like that, and then they'll sell them.
Package that around,
What about the sidearm? What is the sidearm?
They just went to the SIG,
before the
SIG P320, I think.
And then they did that meeting or whatever.
I first went in, it was 45, and then they went to the
Meeting went straight through, which
Beretta,
I
9mm.
think it's perfect.
And they're starting to phase those out with the SIG.
Yeah,
It's a
What's the
non,
difference?
the SIG is more,
but everybody does their different things.
it's more suited, you can like put attachments on it like lasers and flashlights and things like
I
that, it's
think we
lighter.
started at 6.
The Beretta can take those
I
attachments
guess
too?
they had a chance to get something.
It's lighter and greater magazine capacity.
What is the magazine capacity on
I
those?
think it's 17 on SIG, it's 15 on if memory serves.
I hope we don't have to use any of that stuff in Washington.
Yeah.
Hey, it just looks awful. Take the
Yeah, corn dogs.
No, I think they don't.
No corn dogs.
I just brought this, you all can just take a look at it, that's gonna be,
pretty well. And they.
Oh, the menu.
yes, it's just their regular menu,
Wholly from everybody else.
dinner menu.
Wholly pretty, I asked much less.
Oh, Diana.
Because it was newly installed
Right.
last year I was there.
Diana.
Yes, ma'am. When I called you, you sent me 2 emails.
So you know where we're going?
Where are the hamburgers?
The kids menu.
Asked them where the hamburgers were.
Exactly.
It's fun until you read the descriptions.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, good evening. Welcome.
You get a new Stanton River mask?
I do. Just got it last week. This is the first time I've had an opportunity to wear it. So.
Ernie Sawyer has a link to getting the Gators made up for Liberty.
Oh, nice.
They're really cool.
Nice. They should sell well.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Good evening.
See, you have a little.
Weren't we just here?
Hmm?
Weren't we just here?
I think we were just here. Oh, do you have the thing? Let me show Jason too. I'll just say,
I haven't looked
I'm
at
not
it.
sure Diana and Barry ever left.
just take a peek.
Did we need to tell you tonight?
No, I just brought that so you could take a peek. I just said, do you have one so that,
So you did go there?
I did. And I'm glad I did because one thing wasn't as good as the other, for sure.
That's the menu, Jason.
What if they get the kids' cell phones? Biggest mistake I've ever made.
Looks good. It should be something everyone can find something that'll.
There's at least
work.
one item on there everyone could.
Yes,
Could
that's
enjoy.
what I thought.
Yeah.
I thought we were doing a picture. Layers and.
Hello. I got your thing, by the way.
Thank you, it's something I thought about later.
Yeah. So I'm just
Gotcha.
try to get your type thing.
Yeah, get me. Get something to drink in my head, and I was like, wait a minute.
Hello, Mr. John.
Hello. Yes.
Thank you.
Take care.
Hello. The organizational meeting of the Bedford County School Board is called to order on January the 14th, 2021 at 5:00 p.m. Mrs. Johnson, will you please take a roll call?
Mr. Laming,
Here.
Mrs. Kirby,
Here.
Mrs. Hairston,
Here.
Dr. Hicks,
Here.
Mr. Hill,
Here.
Mr. Johnson,
Here.
Dr. Mealy.
Here.
There's a quorum present.
Thank you. Next item 1.03 is approval of agenda for January 14th, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Dr. Rogers, I'd like to make a motion that we move item 3.3 to the 7 o'clock portion of the agenda, please.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Wait a minute, I have a question. Are we voting just on that one thing or
We're just voting on that one thing.
not the agenda?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any discussion, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Then that will be moved to the reconvening, correct? 6.01?
Yes.
Okay.
So that'll be
Well,
item
it'd be
6.03.
6.03.
I'm sorry,
03.
yes, 6.03. Any other?
Yes, Dr. Rogers, I would like to ask, or I shouldn't say ask, but I'm surprised that there's not a topic for an action for sports on the agenda tonight. And based on the feedback from the community and students and athletes, I can't believe that there's not that topic when we committed to readdress it this month. So I want to make it public that I tried to add it to the agenda, but based on Robert's rules, because I voted yes for sports, I'm not allowed to do that. So I want the public to be aware that in order for it to be added, that it would take Dr. Mealy, Jason Johnson, Dr. Hicks, or Georgia Hairston to add that agenda. So I'm interested to understand from those members why it's not on the agenda. That's my concern. I would like it to be added, I know I can't, but I need to understand why when we made a commitment to these students, athletes, parents, community members, that we were going to revisit it, why it's not on this agenda.
I thought that our agreement was to revisit it if the metrics went down enough to make sports viable.
We agreed that if it went down, they could play, so what's there to talk about? We agreed that we would revisit the topic during this monthly meeting.
I don't exactly remember that. What I remember is that we would revisit it. Actually, what I remember is that we were okay with sports resuming once it was in orange, that we weren't even going to have to revisit it.
That was the
because we-
original vote, and then we come back and tried to change that where you again voted no. And we made a commitment that we would revisit that topic during the January meeting, and it is not on this agenda.
Well, I think at this point, I would like to see that if it was. I don't recall that being the way it was, but if it is, I don't think we have a whole lot to talk about since the parameters we set would still be in place and they're not any better. They're actually twice as bad.
Any other reasons why they're not added when we made that commitment?
Is there a motion to add an action item? Then is there a motion to approve the agenda with the amendment for 6.03?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Would you poll the board?
Ms. Hairston,
No.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Dr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Leamy?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
You have 6 ayes, 1 no.
Next item, 1.04, is election of the chairman for 2021. We will open the floor for nominations, and just a reminder that nominations do not require a second. So at this time, the floor is open for nominations for chairman.
I'd like to make a nomination for Jason Johnson for chair.
I'd like to second that.
You don't need the second.
There aren't necessary seconds.
Okay.
Are there any other nominations? There are no other nominations. I hereby close the nominations and we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Ms. Hairston?
Yes.
Dr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Leamy?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
The ayes have it with 6 to 1.
Well, congratulations, I think, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very
You are
much.
the new chairman and this is all yours.
Trade you.
Good seats, okay. I promise, they don't bite.
Once in a while.
Once in a while. So before we move to the next item of electing a vice chair, I would just like to take a minute to thank Mr. Leamy for the leadership that he provided this board and our school division during the year behind. Serving in board leadership is never easy, but serving during a year when the world is falling apart around you is a special challenge. So thank you. I know this is maybe an offhand comment that you don't really remember that much, but back in July, you introduced me to a new Latin phrase that Mrs. Butler never taught me, semper gumby. And there have been many times since then that I've had to think about that. So, Mr. Leamy, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
All right. So, moving on, item 1.05, election of a vice chairman. Do we have a nomination for vice chair?
I nominate Susan Kirby, vice chair.
So we have a nomination for Susan Kirby. Again, these do not need seconds. Any other nominations? Hearing none, I'll close the nominations. All in favor of Susan Kirby for vice chair, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you.
So you're not gonna
I
have
don't
to
get to
trade seats.
move.
Yeah, I know.
I don't get to play musical chairs.
You are set. All right, excellent. So now, do we have a motion on closed meeting?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move into closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A1 for personnel due to appointments, resignations, assignments, and disciplining of specific public officers, appointees, and employees of the board, specifically employees number 18, 33, and 34, and to discuss candidates for the superintendent position pursuant to the Code of Virginia 22.2-3711A2 for the purpose of the discussion or consideration of a disciplinary matter concerning a student enrolled in Bedford County Public Schools, being student number 4 from 2018-19.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Leamy. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Excellent. The board is now in closed session. have a motion to return from closed session?
So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Kirby, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Leamy. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Mrs. Johnson.
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and where section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies. And only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Do we have a motion on closed session items?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we uphold the superintendent's recommendation for student number 4, 2018-2019.
Mrs. Kirby has made a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation for student number 4, 2018-19. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we will begin then with staff reports. Fiscal year 22 budget update, Mr. Hagler. Please tell me you have good news.
Good news. Some more news coming out even this week, even from the governor. So I'll walk down primarily what the state's revenue forecast looks like. So that'll be primarily the update tonight. We're still working through expenditures and technical adjustments on the expenditure side on a staff standpoint. With the governor's proposed budget, and I'm gonna really discuss this from year over year. What was our original budget for the 21 year and what our revenue outlook looks for in 22 from the state. Two really nice things that were included in the budget were an enrollment loss hold harmless for 22. It was in this year and also next year. So that takes out the uncertainty of, if all the kids don't come back or enrollment loss, that you have that protection there. So very pleased with that. The governor's original proposed budget recommended a bonus of 2%. He did mention back in December that if revenues looked better, which they were looking strong, they would kind of look at that again and maybe make that permanent. I think he spoke this week about that and challenged the General Assembly to not only look at making that permanent, which would be kind of a state cost of living adjustment to teachers and staff, but also maybe even more than 2%. So we'll see what the General Assembly does with that. I don't have any updated information, but from a conference call that we were on earlier this week, the revenues are looking better, especially sales tax. I think income tax is kind of an unknown wild card, but a lot of the areas are looking very strong for the state, which puts them in a position to do quite a bit this year. So positive news on that point. But as with anything, a little bit of the details about the state budget that we gotta be careful with. Overall, after factoring in, even though you have enrollment loss, there's other things being factored in there. We would be about $360,000 more than the current year's budget that we had forecasted. So year over year, an extra $360,000. With the money in there for the bonus, you're going, and enrollment loss, you're going, how's that happening? Well, the enrollment loss, you lose your money in basic aid, but you get it back in enrollment. It's kind of close to a wash. But with the bonus payment of almost $600,000 in there for us for that, it's like, why aren't we seeing more? Well, there's other things that are being affected in the lottery funds, and sales tax is not a one-for-one. So overall, we're seeing $360,000 more from the state. I expect that to go up. Yes, ma'am.
What did you say about the bonus, 600,000?
The one line item for bonus for 2% bonus that was in the governor's proposed budget back in December, that one line item, there's like 600,000 in that for us, okay? But when you put all the money together, all the money buckets together for us, we're only up $360,000 overall. So that's where you're looking at the change, the delta from 21 to 22 to work with the state. I do expect that to go up from what I'm hearing. So hopefully we have much better news when we see what happens in the General Assembly, and I'll keep you updated with that. The issue when just looking at what we've got in front of us right now from the state that I would say there's some caution. We're up $360,000, but there's two buckets that are just one-time funding. And that's the enrollment loss, and if it stayed as a bonus, that's the bonus. So if you put those two together, we're up 360, but 2.1 million that's in that is one-time funding. That would go away the following year. So for me guiding and trying to walk the board through that, that might change with what the General Assembly does. But you gotta be very careful to say, okay, let's spend all of our money on recurring items. Then you might have a $2 million shortfall the following year when that one-time money goes away from you.
That would be 2022, 23.
Correct, yes, ma'am. So as we walk through this, we'll see if these numbers change, but I believe, especially the enrollment loss, if the bonus gets changed to permanent, that won't be a factor, but that enrollment loss money, we really have to watch. And I'm not saying to be so conservative, but when you put together a budget, you just wanna be mindful that if the ADM didn't come up and that enrollment loss really materialized the following year and they didn't hold us harmless, it could be 1.4 million in that enrollment loss that we wouldn't get the following year. So we need to be mindful when we're building the budget. If you build it all as recurring, you might have a little bit of an issue in the following year to deal with if that goes away.
And I'm sorry, Randy,
No.
I'm trying to follow you. Build, if we use all of what's that final?
Right now, with what I've got to work with, it would be about 2.1 because 600,000, roughly 600,000 is for a bonus, which a bonus is there this year, no funding for it the next year. 1.4 is enrollment loss protection, so that would go away too. However, with that, there's uncertainty there that if we got a lot of kids back, you don't need that enrollment loss protection. So it's just there as a protection in 1 year to get you through. Actually, with what the state's recommended and the governor, that enrollment loss is here for 21 and 22 to get through this crisis and kind of stabilize. So what they're doing is saying, okay, that'll be there, but hopefully you stabilize and then you're gonna have to build your budgets according to how many kids you have and there's no more enrollment loss. This has happened before in previous years where there's been big movements in enrollment for certain localities. Back in 2010 or 11, this happened before, but you gotta plan that it's only 1 year. And so I'll try to bring that forward with our budget and being careful on the expenditure side. Does that make sense? It gets down into the details, but it's just being careful how you spend it.
So Randy, I wanna make sure I understand the funding, is it 4,500 per student?
From the state, when you look at, I'd have to break that down because there are certain buckets in the state budget that are flat. They don't change no matter how many kids you have. And then there are some buckets in the state funding that it changes based upon how many you have. I'll do that calculation for y'all. What I do is take the worksheet, I add one more kid, and it tells me the delta. What's the change per kid on the state funding as it changes? It's a little bit higher than that, I believe, but I'll have to check that. I think it's closer to $6,000 per student from the state right now. But I'll do that calculation. Any other questions on the governor's budget in the state? And I believe he was speaking, was it last night? I think he had addressed to the General Assembly and welcoming them back and speaking to some of these matters. But we have to see if that materializes. But this is what I have so far. What we typically do when we come and present a budget to the board to start working with is we'll look at the General Assemblies to what comes out of the General Assembly, House and Senate, and we'll take the one that gives us the least amount of money from those. Because then you're working from probably the most conservative perspective that usually a joint session will give you somewhere between the worst and the best. So you start with the worst, build your budget, and then you go forward with that. So that's what we plan to come forward with on February 18th, is hopefully we'll have worksheets from both the Senate and the House, and we'll present those to this board on what the state revenue looks like.
So for our next meeting, we'll have a budget proposal to work with.
Yes, working on a lot. I will say that, one thing we have to be mindful on the county side, and we've had preliminary discussions on that, so we do not have, hard and fast numbers from the county side on their revenue. I think they're optimistic, and so I'll stay optimistic, but by the time we present something, we'll have something a lot more firm, because they were already presented to their full board on what their revenue looks like. But be mindful, of the reversion plan that was put in place several years ago. $500,000 of any new money goes directly to the maintenance fund. It doesn't go to the operating. So we're all hopeful that they have enough money or more that new revenue would cover that $500,000. We haven't kind of approached or talked to the board of supervisors that if there wasn't new money, do we have to cut $500,000 out of our budget? But I'm hopeful that there will be revenue there, so that's not a sticky issue for us. But we do, that's the plan to build forward to reversion, so there's not that cliff in 2029 of that reversion money going away. So that would still probably be, that's gonna be in our proposal to do that.
What happened, what are we doing, and I don't know if this is the right time to ask that, so just let me know. What are we doing with the is it $1 million in reversion money that we're getting, will be 1.5
Yep.
this year?
Yep.
That we're getting?
So what happens is each year it's gonna go up $500,000. That money is actually going into our maintenance reserve fund, and that money is available to use for any capital projects.
Right, so this year we would have 1.5 million to work with. And
Yes,
for
it'll go up to,
maintenance- for
yeah, it
maintenance
started at
projects.
500, went to $1 million,
Right.
and then we're going to 1.5 next year. Yeah, so 1.5 million would go in, and Dr. Dewis actually is forecasting that 1.5 into the CIP plan to say that money can be used for one-time expenditures. So he's factoring that in his out years. So it'll go 1.5 to 2 million. So he's factored that in long-term.
But this year we would have 1.5 to work with maintenance projects.
Actually, for this year, that money was committed for the Forest Middle School project.
For what there?
The first 2 years of money being set aside for to that maintenance reserve. Previous board, when we did the Forest Middle School project, needed that money to do the full project, so that money was committed to that. So that money is coming into that, but it's being used for the Forest Middle School project.
To pay it down or?
To pay for the full price of the project. They borrowed some of the funds, and then we used some local dollars for that project too.
So we have 500,000 to work with this year for maintenance projects.
No, last year, $500,000. The first year, $500,000 went to the Forest Middle School project. This year was $1 million. That went to the Forest Middle School project. Next year is $1.5 million, the 21-22 budget. None of that's committed to the Forest Middle School project. That'll be available for all capital
Maintenance
improvement
projects
projects. Yes.
for this new budget.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Correct on that, Dr. Davis? Okay. So, just wanted to let you know on the county side, we have to factor that 500 in when we do a proposed budget on that. Any questions on the revenue? Once again, yes, ma'am.
On this page, are you asking us that you gave us, or can I ask a question about that?
I think that's a different, this was the state budget.
State budget,
Yeah.
okay.
But on the state budget, really just, and on our overall budget, just really basically state revenue number updates tonight. We are still working through a lot of expenditure things and working forward on looking at that.
So, Mr. Hagler, one question, maybe more of a process question for you. I know in the past, you met regularly with your counterparts in the county to ascertain early on what the revenue forecast was looking like. Are you guys still having those meetings? And if so, like how much contact are you guys having with that?
I'll just take
I
that.
met with Mr. Hess actually before the holidays, and at that meeting, he informed me that we'd been having regular meetings but hadn't in quite some time, and so we set up where we had one this week, actually, with both staffs. And to kind of talk about what he's just shared. They weren't, I don't think, far enough along to discuss their budget much more than that. And they were also interested, once a new chairman was elected, to talk about when we might want to have a joint meeting in the spring. So some of those discussions will be coming up as well.
What would be the benefit of that joint meeting, because they haven't been successful in the past, so I'd be interested in what the purpose of those meetings would be.
I think that would be up for discussion whether there should be one or not. And that would, I think primarily what would come up in something like that is any joint efforts that we might wanna do or consider. One of them's in the CIP, kind of like a garage and stuff, but it would take both boards working on that. So it depends on how far along they are in their CIP process, if that would happen or not, I think he said. So that's up in the air, but it would depend
And
on
I
where
think
they are.
that's a board consideration if you want to do that or not.
I do believe though, I will have, Mr. Hess said that they would be able to communicate some revenue numbers to me to build into the budget that we proposed for the school board. So I can build that in, but we really wanna wait for them to present that to their board first before I kinda start talking about it and stuff. But that should be ready a couple week before we have our board meeting to discuss our budget. So we should have some pretty good numbers on revenue from the county at that time.
Great. Anything else?
Yeah, so Randy, couple questions. On I'm sorry,
Go ahead, please.
on this, the state dollars, I think you mentioned 6,000 per student, right?
Yes.
So decisions that the board makes can affect that. So let's just say 1,000 athletes were to say, I'm going elsewhere. That make sure I'm calculating, that's $6 million, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if we have to cut $6 million from a budget, is that based on just state funds, or is that cut out federal dollars, local dollars? How does that impact? And then, so that's my first question. And then the second piece is, what do we cut if we have to, what does that include? Is that anything, or are there certain things that we can only cut from a budget?
So I'll answer each one of those.
Okay.
Three main buckets of revenue come in. I look at it really as four. You've got your county revenue coming from the Board of Supervisors, your state revenue, federal, and then there's some little bit of fees and things that we charge, rental fees, dual enrollment fees, things like that we do collect, but that's under $1 million and a small part of the overall budget. ADM it directly affects the state budget, not typically the grants as much, but over time, I guess they look at how many kids and stuff that could factor in, and it's how the state splits up their grant money. But I wouldn't expect a big change right away on that. But on ADM, it directly affects what the state's gonna be giving us in any given year. So that's why we really wanna be careful and try to do our forecast, because you wanna be pretty accurate on that. If you commit money and the kids don't show up, then you already got contracts with teachers and committed to pay that, and you're gonna have a shortfall in cash from the state, and you have to make adjustments.
Okay.
So, from the county's perspective, they've kind of gone along with the commit that usually half of the new revenue comes to us. So I don't know if there would be any impact there if our enrollment dropped by that much, but so far, that has not affected local funding. On the second question, where do we cut? Well, whenever you have a big budget shortfall, we've had that in the past, that gets really difficult. The revenue is what it is. We do have, if you have less kids, most likely, the biggest thing, 85% of our budget is staffing, fringe and salary. So you probably look there, see how far you could get in balancing that budget, and then you have to look at other areas. I don't imagine you can cut your electrical. You got the same amount of buildings, you can't really cut that. Heating fuel, you can't do that. Transportation, I don't know if there'd be any savings there, but probably not. Less kids on the bus, but you still have to do the run. So you limit what you really can do, and you gotta look at programs and what you fund things. So, yeah, it's difficult. But mostly, you're gonna bounce a big shortfall like that off of staffing.
Thank you.
I mean, there's other incidentals, but it's not gonna add up to that much.
Any other questions for Mr. Hagler on the budget update? A few more minutes left, Mr. Hagler. What about the second quarter financial update?
Okay, I presented. As I said, in the first quarter, there were a lot of unknowns. Since then, the hold harmless on enrollment loss came through, so I was able to factor that in. Since then, federal government came out with some more stimulus money for us, and they already sent it to us. So it's already in the bank, and so it's already come. So those things definitely kind of helped our situation. So when you're looking at this right now, I've already built in those supplemental appropriations that I went to the Board of Supervisors with. Those have already been approved, so we have an adjusted budget on the revenue side. But I kind of did a summary down there of what I see on supplementals, because it can kind of get lost when I start adjusting the numbers up top. The county, coming into the operating, they gave us 1.5 million, some of that for nutrition. It's a little bit towards textbook, but about 1.4 coming into the operating fund. So very thankful for them helping us out there. Most of that went for summer stuff and PPE and cleaning and things like that. Then we got that direct CRF funds, and that was deposited into our bank account. And so I looked at what we could claim on that and claim those funds and sign off on that. So those funds have come in, so there's a supplemental appropriation on that. We also had a competitive grant, which was gear funding. There's more money than that, but I haven't spent it all, so that's the supplemental I'll do on that later on. Mainly, that money is 2 buckets, some Chromebooks for kids, and the second part was transportation costs during the summer to deliver meals that we got reimbursed for. And then we got 2 security grants, one's a federal, one's state, that we'll be spending some money on. So you can see, I built in the budget, it only showing us coming in $233,000 over budget, but I've already built in those supplementals, so that's why it's reflected that way. When you turn to the second page, you'll see that our expenses have not ballooned as much as the revenues. And you can see that I'm projecting that we'll have probably an ending balance near 4 million or over at the end of the year. I kind of predicted that. I did disclose that to the Board of Supervisors when I went over there with the supplementals and told them if we got the enrollment loss and more federal stimulus money from the federal government, I was just telling them we might have a very large ending balance, which we usually don't have. And they appreciated me being transparent on that. So at present, I'm predicting right around maybe over $4 million ending balance and doing quite well there. The only other cleanup I might have to do by the end of the year is that there's a long leeway in getting Chromebooks and delivery on those. So we've already have placed our order for next year's Chromebooks because it's taken up to 6 to 7 months to get those. And to wait till July to order those for next year, we won't have them for next year. So we've already gone forward with that. Most of the money is in the budget already in the technology. I might need to move a little bit of money from one of the other categories down to technology to make sure that that comes in whole, because that one, it's 29,000, I might need to move some funds into there to take care of that. So that'll come later this year, and it would be a category transfer. So just, that would be a cleanup that we would need to do on that to make sure we can go ahead and get those Chromebooks in this year. Changes from my analysis, the first quarter I predicted about $900,000 ending balance. The no loss funding for this year is 1.9 million. So that added to it. The COVID relief and then just some changes in our expenditures. I'm very conservative on my first quarter analysis of projected expenditures. And then by second quarter, I've got a better idea and I can capture some savings that I wouldn't have counted on in the first quarter. We just don't have enough activity to kind of predict that. So very, very positive overall for the operating. And this board, after the year's end, will decide, and we'll come with a recommendation. You can change that on how do you want to use that 4 million? And the areas that we might want to move some in, and I'll get to this in a minute, if nutrition is kind of struggling because of their operation during this, where not as many kids are buying meals, might move some to maintenance reserve, might move some to textbooks. So we'll discuss that and come with a recommendation, but it's usually for one-time expenditures that we would allocate that to, not to the operating fund for reoccurring. That's the operating. I'll talk about the other funds in a minute, but I'd like to ask any questions on the operating funds there, the revenue or the expenditures. Okay.
Randy, when you said food services, not as many people are buying, does that mean, you mean they're not walking through the line? Because I thought meals were not costing the students anything, so I need to understand that statement.
It is, but you have with that, how many are taking the meals when they go through, and we get reimbursed from the federal government. but not all the kids are in school.
Right.
And taking those, and so you have certain overhead costs to cover. And we'll see how, and I'll talk about this in a minute. I don't know where nutrition's gonna end up at this point, because there's a delay in getting the revenues from the government, it might be a month or two behind. So, it's showing that they're maybe a lot worse than they are right now, but it always shows that at December. We catch up by the end of the year, but, long-term, they've been self-sustaining. I will say this, a positive over the summer was that in order to go after some of the competitive grants, you had to show that your nutrition program operated at a loss. Well, we didn't over the summer. We were out delivering meals to a lot of people, so there was a lot of revenue coming in from the federal government. So we'll just have to see how nutrition operates, and we wanna make sure we keep them afloat and operating, and this has been a tough year for them. When you close days, they don't have any revenue coming in, but they have fixed overhead costs that they're still paying. So the more days that the kids aren't in, they get those meals. And we just don't have as much, and Dr. Deuce can maybe speak to this, we don't have as many people coming through the drive-through to pick up meals like we did during the summer either. So that, all that is kind of affecting those revenues. Did that help answer that question?
Yep.
Okay. If you turn to the last page, I'll talk about the three funds there. As you can see, the nutrition fund I just spoke to. Those are just the balances as of December. As I said, there's delays in getting the federal revenue up to a month or two, so it won't be that bad at the end of the year. So we'll watch and kind of keep an eye on that. And I'll try to do a better forecast of that in the third quarter, so you know right where we're gonna be on that one. Textbook fund, ending balance of about $200,000 there. So I think long-term, we're gonna have to give some attention to that if we wanna do any adoptions, and I think we're gonna work on that when we come forward with a proposal on February 18th. We wanted to address that issue, and where are we on some of our adoptions and how far behind, because we all know that needs to be addressed. The maintenance reserve fund, currently 1.2 million in there. Some of that will be used for the current projects, the HVAC. We said we might need to tap into that to bring some of that out of there to get all those projects done. We'll see how much we have to do once all the contracts are negotiated and we're going forward on that. The county is giving us some money for that. Was that 1.6 billion there, Dr. Lewis? And then some of that money and some of the leftover money from the Forest Middle School project can be used for those. So we'll do the county money, the Forest Middle School leftover money, and then we'll tap into this for anything else that we need to do that. And then the self-insurance fund, pleased to report, it's looking great. I just couldn't be happier with how that's operating. I can sleep at night, really, it's,
Those numbers are good.
those numbers look really strong. I give credit to our employees, you know, living a healthy lifestyle and watching claims and doing things proactively really help that. And what that helps us do is, when you're fully insured, and if you're not doing that, you could be looking at double digit or, 20-25% renewal rates. That's catastrophic. And I'm not saying we'll be at zero. I have to talk to our consultants. We'll have a meeting with them first week of February with recommendations. But as you can see, midway through the year, we have a little bit more money than we started with. So that's not telling me that I really have to do a lot with premiums next year to stay afloat. And so I'm happy to report that that fund looks very, very strong. Any questions on any of those funds?
Yeah, Randy, on the pharmacy piece,
Yes.
2020, we've paid out 1.384. How does that compare to 2019?
I'll have to do it. I can bring that back. I will say pharmacy is outpacing medical for two reasons. The main reason is the very high cost of specialty drugs. It's just, and when I say specialty drugs are high cost, some of them are one script, $100,000. We're starting to see those, so imagine getting one dose of something or one 30-day supply costing $100,000. There's more and more of these coming out, so everybody's having to deal with this. Very, very high cost specialty drugs is what's driving up the pharmaceutical. And if you look at that, who would have thought that, 1.3 million for pharmacy and medical is 2.8? I mean, it's never been that before. So you do see pharmacy kind of creeping up there with the increases year over year. We're in talks with Optum and Anthem and Willis about that and what can we do to help curtail that instruct our employees, and put programs out for that. But that is something that we have to watch in the future, and that's where I have a concern.
But you'll send me the 2019 number.
I'll look it up here at break. I can give you the total for 19. This is half the year for 20. Is that okay? You can double it.
I want it, yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay. Good shape. Good. So, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
My apologies for poor clock management tonight. I have a bad angle on this one, so I'm gonna have to start looking at my laptop. Let's break for dinner.
Darn, my chair's that way.
You guys need an extra?
Pretty curl up or something.
No. If it gets
I
funny,
don't
that's
think
what
we
we
can
get.
get
Yeah,
Yeah, I am.
No, I just meant in terms of the post, I know you guys have like one person.
Load it up.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean it that way.
No, we all have coming up, Carol.
So, do that.
That's gonna be a little tough there.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh. Finally. I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Bedford County School Board. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we move into the business of tonight's meeting, I would like to announce that this week we experienced the tragic loss of one of our staff members due to complications from COVID-19. Please join me in a moment of silence to remember Mr. Charles Ragland and to keep his family in our thoughts and our prayers. God grant peace and comfort to the family and all who knew and loved Mr. Ragland. So next we'll move into public comment. Just as a reminder, public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 25 minutes pursuant to School Board Policy BDDH and School Board Regulations BDDHR. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes, while anyone representing an organized group will be allowed 5 minutes, provided they are the sole speaker from that group or organization. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, voting district, and organization or group, if applicable. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 25-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we can expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 3 minutes have expired, while Dr. Rogers will serve as our timekeeper for the cumulative 25-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 3-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue from speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send them or give them to our able clerk, Mrs. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. Mr. Edwards, do we have anyone signed up to speak tonight?
Mr. Chair, what I will do tonight, rather than answer the obvious, is to give you the list up front of who's speaking tonight, and then I will check the door to make sure that the individual who comes through is actually that person. Amy Laughlin on behalf of LHS PTA. Matt Gage. Tyson Gage, Chris Burley, Sean Armbrust on behalf of Virginia Gold, Jerry Moulton, Joseph Peters, Morgan Blankenship, Rachel Paul, Kane Morris, and Tatum Bradney.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mrs. Lachlan. I'm gonna start the clock.
Good evening. I'm Amy Lachlan, District 6, Representative LHS PTSA. I understand that you will not be voting on reinstating sports this evening, but I still feel compelled to address it yet again with you and to be heard by the people watching on the YouTube channel. As you know, when you look at data, you try to make some correlation to what you're looking at. With academic achievement tests, the standard of measure is simple. It's the test. When I try to figure out why there is a 3-to-4 split for our students, the actual demographics of the board are interesting. And the connection is easily made. The votes that support our student athletes and seem to have a better understanding of what this means to our community are Mr. Hill, Mr. Lammy, and Mrs. Kirby. The connection with these three is fascinating. They are the three most in touch with the schools because they have, or had as recently as last year, children in the school system. They are actual parents that can see things from the other side of the table from which you sit. Another interesting factor with them is that they all have continued to work every day despite the pandemic. They understand that life must go on. They have faithfully been true representatives of their constituents over the years. On the transverse, the four opposing the pleas of the parents and community, Dr. Mealy, Mrs. Harrison, and Dr. Hicks, are all retired and no longer in the workforce. Mr. Johnson is still employed in Blacksburg but didn't have to report during the COVID-19 shutdown and has the ability to work sheltered at home. None of the four has school-age children in the system. Mrs. Harrison, Dr. Mealy, and Dr. Hicks are all retired administrators where they ran their own schools and dictated the rules. From my personal observations and representatives, some more so than others, there seems to be difficulty with the representation role of an elected official, and you appear to think you know better than your constituents. Again, just my observation and a general perception that has been shared to me by others. Another interesting fact that I have observed, Mr. Johnson is a huge supporter of personalized learning. One of the key terms of personalized learning is failing forward, which basically means let's take a chance and see what happens. That's good enough for the classroom, but not the athletic field. I just wanted to get that part out there, especially since November will be an election cycle for three of you. Earlier this week, I sent you two separate emails. One highlighting the community response and our rural tradition of importance of high school sports. The second was to highlight the economic effect that your decision is having on people's potential income. But due to a lack of time to email and get a response, which I understand needs to be submitted 24 hours in advance to some of you, I have a few comments for you to ponder. Is Liberty Middle School, Forest Middle School, or any of the schools that have extended learning centers still using them? If so, how is it okay to use those but not the extension of the classroom to the playing field? You have mentioned teacher morale numerous times, which does need to be addressed. What about student morale? How much are you going to take from them? How resilient do you really think they are? It was mentioned several times in your surveys for the superintendent search that there was no trust in Bedford County public schools. I hope the new superintendent will be a magician because you're doing nothing to help improve the trust issue. This would have been easily taken care of by the funding and letting it go, but you as a board decided to tackle this decision yourselves. I'm sure you are glad you did. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Leamy, Mrs. Kirby, and Mrs. Harrison, how many times have you heard that Forest has the advantages because they ask for them that other zones don't? Well, I believe we as a county are rallying together in this endeavor and are still being ignored, so that theory has been debunked. Cavalier Theater and the Arts are alive and well in Bedford. During comment time, there are boasts about attending a theatrical production of the various schools. The Scholastic Bowl's allowed to go on, but not our ball games. No athletic competitions. Hypocritical, don't you think? I thought you were a board of equality. You don't want the kids to compete because of your fear of COVID exposure. Do you know the concept of AAU and travel ball that you are forcing these kids to? 8 to 10 teams will compete over the course of a weekend. Yes, against each other, and a lot of them will hang out in the gym until their next game. VHSL and Seminole District guidelines are much more stringent than that. then these and the kids would be way more protected playing at their schools. But you won't allow it. Such a shame. Given the fact that you're so knowledgeable on what's best for my child, would you please let me know the best way to explain the politics of this situation to her? Her friends in neighboring counties are able to cheer, tell her about it. She's sitting at home, saddened, because she's missing out yet again. And not just missing out, but missing out on her senior year. Good thing you're advocating for behavior and mental health for these kids, because what you're causing to some of these will long exceed the virus. I just hope they don't drop out or transfers to other schools where they can play before they get the help they may need. I implore you to make the change. Be the representatives of these student athletes. They deserve it. Let them play.
Thank you. Matt Gage.
Can I start?
Yes, sir, you're right.
Hello, good evening. My name is Dr. Matt Gage. I'm the father of Tyson Gage, a senior on the Jefferson Forest boys basketball team. In August, this board decided what mitigation strategies would be used in Bedford County schools. What you decided was not to do temperature checks. You decided to require face masks as long as physical distancing, or if physical distancing was not able to be maintained. And you gave teachers the opportunity to make that decision in their classroom. None of you decided to discuss this CDC school metric tool, as it is the metric that's used to determine if it is safe to be in school. It is very interesting to me that the four of you that voted against sports are now trying to use that metric to stop sports. You were presented with two options, the Blue Ridge option and the Seminole District option. The Blue Ridge option required the school metric. Seminole District did not. Since that time, every school board in the Blue Ridge has reversed their decision and is now playing sports. I'm asking all of you to do the same thing tonight and allow our kids to compete in sports just like other extracurricular activities. Bedford County is the only school division in the Blue Ridge and Seminole District not playing sports. The school metric has had at least 2 or more red indicators in 40 out of the last 60 days, 63 days in our county. But we're still in school. 97.4% of the COVID cases in Central Virginia don't require hospitalization. 99.1% of the COVID cases in Central Virginia survive. There is no data directly linked to sports that increase the risk of disease transmission. None. And that is straight from our Central Virginia Health District. 86% of the schools in Virginia that are doing partial in-person learning are playing sports. Bedford is one of 5 sports not playing yet. COVID is a serious illness. I'm not standing here trying to downplay it. Our schools and sports teams have been doing mitigation since September, and they've been doing a good job. In fact, our sports teams implemented more mitigation strategies in September than all of you required in August. I commend the faculty and staff for all the work they are doing and have done to make our schools safe. Mr. Johnson and Mrs. Hairston, it is time to follow the data instead of opinions. I beg the two of you to give families the option to choose whether it is safe for their kids to play sports or not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Tyson Gage.
Wow, it's a lot warmer in here, that's for sure. Good evening. My name is Tyson Gage, and I'm a senior basketball player at JF. I don't do this type of stuff very often because I'm not the best at public speaking and, quite frankly, showing my emotions and how I feel. I'm not here today to just prove to you why we should have sports, but most importantly, to show my team that I'm not going to go down without a fight. I want to show them how a leader is supposed to lead even when they are afraid of rejection. And I also want to share to you guys as a board on how your decision has made me and so many other student athletes feel. You have all received multiple emails from me in the past, but surprisingly, I have only received 2 responses. One from Mr. Hill and one from Dr. Mealy, which surprisingly enough, many others received the exact same email from that she sent to me. Dr. Mealy, I want you to know that when you sent me that email, you made me feel so belittled and so disrespected. I tried so hard to show you respect in every single one of my emails as well as now. I didn't think it was so hard to ask for a little respect back by sending a personal email. I just want to ask you guys a couple questions. What are the athletes in Bedford County supposed to say to college coaches from all over the country that call us on a daily basis asking when we are going to play? If we don't play, those schools will pass up on us. And for some athletes in this county, athletics is their path to college. Most can't afford the expenses of college. And those extra athletic scholarships give us an opportunity to pursue a higher education. We have all done our jobs by taking the right precautions outside of practice and at practices. And it is time for some of you to do yours. We're not going to save the world or stop this pandemic by not playing sports. I'm 18 years old, and I have learned in my short little lifetime that if you live in fear, you will never reach your full potential. We have all taken the right precautions like I mentioned in the past, and will continue to do so because all we want is opportunity to represent our schools and our community in sports and extracurricular activities. With all that being said, thank you to the 3 board members that voted yes to a brighter future for every student athlete in our county. Mr. Johnson, you seem to be the only one of the 4 that voted no that actually listens to what we have to say. You have seen the correct and accurate data, and I hope you make the best decision for the student athletes. One last thing I want to say is that if we can't play sports, then we should not be in school learning. As much as I love that, and as much as I want that, and that's the best way to learn, we should not be in person because that's more dangerous than playing sports. Last thing, I pray that God blesses this group because everyone knows that this group needs it. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Tyson. Chris Burley.
Good evening. My name is Chris Burley. I live at 1387 Jefferson Terrace Drive in District 7. I come here tonight to talk about sports, and I come here as a person who has been involved in some of your campaigns and who knows you personally. In the last meeting, when this was decided that we would use the matrices, someone said, actually it wasn't someone, it was Jason, said, well, at least they can practice. As practice is homework. Nobody likes it. It's what you do to get to the game. And the game is what matters, not the practice. Someone asked me earlier if competition was the end all. And this was my reply. I agree that competition shouldn't be the end all if we were dealing with adults. The truth of it is that the human brain doesn't fully develop until about the age of 25. These are teenagers who in general deal in raw emotion. They also live in a much smaller world than we do comparatively. They need this for development, for growth and understanding. Many of these athletes see their coaches as parental figures and role models. They want to make them proud. You can't do that on a practice field because a touchdown doesn't count. I'm going to use my son for an example. My son is a senior at Liberty High School. Growing up, we never pushed sports on him. We asked him if he wanted to play. He played 1 year t-ball and 1 year coach pitched baseball. He was 6 and 7 years old. After that, he didn't want to play anymore. Fast forward to his freshman year at Liberty High School. A friend asked him if he was interested in playing tennis. He said yes. And so he joined the team. At the end of that school year, Coach Watts approached him and said, hey, have you ever thought about playing football? He came home that night and he said to me, I've got weight training starting next week, Dad. I'm going to play football. He'd never played before. Didn't know anything about the game. He could probably only name 3 teams. He wanted to be part of something bigger. That's what he told me when I asked him why he was going to play. His first week of actual pad practice, he got rocked. He got hammered by Brandon Ruff. If any of you know, Brandon Ruff was the best lineman Liberty had at the time, and he's now attending Old Dominion University on a football scholarship. I thought that'd be the end of his playing days, but it wasn't. He played JV that year and even got a little playing time on the varsity team. That year, LHS was the Region 3 runner-up. They played 3 rounds into the playoffs and had 2 Cinderella victories, and he was hooked. Later that year, another lineman asked my son if he would ever be interested in throwing shot put for indoor track. So that year, my son went from not playing sports to being a 3-sport athlete. So my question to you, with all these other teams around us and all these other counties around us changing and starting to play, is what do you know that they don't? Because somewhere along the line, you guys have got some information that nobody else has got. You're going to keep voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Amberst.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sean Armburst, and I want to thank you for allowing me to come in and speak on behalf of not only the youth in the area, but the whole entire community. What I wanted to share with you is, first off, a little bit about my background. Was an elementary teacher, was a special ed director, was an assistant principal, and was on the board of supervisors at Appomattox County for 4 years. So I understand what your position is. One as an educator, one as a board member, and the decisions that you have to make. So I want to give you some facts and some things that I've seen that hopefully will help you in making this decision. I'm asking you to reinstate the winter sports. I have a son that's in 7th grade, but I've known every one of these kids from this high, whether it's wrestling, basketball, football, whatever. They need these sports in their lives. So if you take a look, my son wrestles, and we're talking about a controlled environment versus a non-controlled environment, okay? So we went to Doswell, Virginia. Y'all know where that is? It's up there by, I don't know what the name of the amusement park is. King's Dominion. It's there. They actually ran a venue, and they ran in a controlled environment. They had the mats, wrestling mats separated. The chairs were separated. The parents had to stay in their seats. They were only allowed 2 parents. The kids had to sit there with masks. When they wrestled and came off, they were wiped down. The health department actually came in and praised them. They said, "This is the best I've ever seen." And I sent you guys a picture of this earlier on. And this is, you can see my son in that picture, but this is Doswell, Virginia. And you can see the kids separated. And you can see the ones with the masks on. Okay, that's a controlled environment. We're asking that we have a controlled environment for these high school kids, whether it's wrestling, basketball, whatever. But what they're doing is they're making it smaller. For example, the wrestling team needs 1 match, that's it, to make weight in a controlled environment. Then they go to the state tournament. It's an 8-man bracket, not a 32-man bracket like normal, not a 24-man bracket, 8-man controlled environment. That's what we're asking. If you don't have a controlled environment, this is what we're looking at. You see this other picture? This is in Pennsylvania, just over the border. My son went there. 3,000 kids. Do you see masks on them? No masks. Supposed to have them. All together, not sitting beside each other. But we traveled there. And we come back. We come back here. My son had a mask. We made sure that he was protected as much as he could be. I'm asking for a controlled environment for these kids by these coaches. I know all these coaches. I know the Liberty, I know Stanton River, I know Jefferson Forest. They can control it. They can take temperature checks, the symptoms. We're able to quarantine these kids. When they practice 2 to a group. If this group is exposed, they're eliminated. But the rest are safe and they're checked every day. They're not walking into your grocery store down here breathing on the food. And now it exposes you. I'm just saying, if you don't have a controlled environment, what's going to happen is they're going to track it back. They're going to bring it to your schools, your mall, and your family. And what I mean by that is, if it's not controlled, these kids will travel. My son, 7, he will travel. These kids, I will load them up in a bus and travel because they need it. As a former educator of emotionally disturbed children, that was one way we were able to work with them, is get them involved in sports, help them along the way. These kids need this in these tough times right now. I'm just asking that one of the 4 board members that voted no make a motion tonight to bring it back up. It's about the safety of our children in and out of the schools, the ones that are in sports and not in sports. It's about our environment that we provide. These coaches can do that. They can make it a controlled environment. If not approved, I really think you're gonna have these athletes that need the sports, that have done it since they're 5, that are looking for college education, they're looking for funding, they're looking for help, are gonna travel. And it's just not gonna be wrestling or basketball or football, it's gonna be all of them. And what I'm saying is, it's gonna come back. So let the coaches and us as a family control it. We know their temperature, we know who they're with. If there's a problem, we quarantine it. If they go and travel out of state to do these sports, they're coming back, who's watching them? I'm not, the coaches aren't, parents probably don't know. And a lot of kids can't afford to do it, so they're out there. So I'm just asking you guys reconsider, make that motion. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Jerry Moulton.
Mr. Chairman, Jerry Moulton did not show up. We are moving on to Joseph Peters.
Mr. Peters. Welcome indoors. I hear it's warmer in here.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Joseph Peters, and I'm on the Jefferson Forest basketball team. To start off, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. So, of course, basketball means the world to me, and of course, I've dreamed of my senior year, senior night, with the stands packed and people cheering. You've all heard the stories like this before, and but this is just what basketball means to me. I started playing basketball as soon as I was old enough to sign up, but I went through some difficulties when I got to school ball. My biggest regret is not applying myself academically. When I was in middle school, I was told I could go to college for sports, but what I wasn't told was that I had to have the grades to get in. I started high school with a 1.9 GPA and finished my freshman year even lower than that. This is because I did the bare minimum just to get by. Until I figured out I couldn't go to college with academics like that, let alone have the grades to play on the team. I'm projected to have a 3.5 GPA by the end of the year, which for me is huge. Basketball taught me the importance of academics, and I know I'm not the only one with a story like this. I am now focused on getting to the next level, not only for basketball, but for a college degree. Through sports, I have learned so much more than just how to be a better player, but how to care for others, how to be a better friend. I learned to never quit, to always strive for more, and to be okay with being uncomfortable, which for me translated to the classroom and taking AP classes, which is something I never thought I'd be capable of. I'm not here just to fight for basketball, but to fight for the opportunity God has given me to succeed, not only on the court, but in life. Basketball has led me this far and pushed me in every aspect of my life. Please don't take that away from me. But this doesn't just go for me. For example, my friend Tyson, who just spoke a minute ago, is trying to continue his basketball and academic career, as well as many others just like us here in Bedford County, relying on sports to get them where they need to go. I never would have thought I would be on the team. I would team up with other schools in our area and stand side by side as we fight for one goal. And although that's been pretty amazing to see, and I'm glad that we've had that experience. We've all made sacrifices in hopes of playing this year. I know our team stayed home whilst others gathered for holidays and New Year's. Personally, I stayed home for Christmas for the first time in my life and missed out on seeing the people I love in order to stay healthy and safe. My team uses hand sanitizer before entering the gym and again before we leave. We also wipe the balls down after practice, and when we're not practicing, we're wearing masks. Our coach even sprays the bleachers with a sanitizer sprayer. It's not fair for what has happened to our season, but COVID hasn't been fair to anyone. However, I believe in our country, I believe in Virginia, and I believe in Bedford County. Please let us play. Regardless of your decision tonight, I want all of you to know that I'm thankful for your hard work and dedication to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan Blankenship.
My name is Morgan Blankenship, and I'm a junior student athlete at Jefferson Forest High School. My goal as I speak tonight is not to convince or persuade you all of anything, but to let you all know my disappointments and concerns. To start with academics, this plan has just not been a success for me personally. One example is that in one of my AP classes, not once did I receive in-person instruction, and there were only 2 Google Meets. Clearly this was deemed acceptable by the school board, or why else is it happening? Now, I can completely understand that the decisions for our school plans were tough ones to make, but from someone who has been negatively impacted by them, you all could have and should have done better. Something else I would like to bring up is that some of you sit here and talk about data that you have likely Googled about mental health, yet have the students who are actually going to be affected by your decisions been asked how they feel? The answer is no. I also wonder why theater programs are permitted to have plays while our county is in the red, and these plays are promoted by Bedford County on social media, yet sports are not allowed to play while our county is in the red. This does not seem quite fair in my eyes. Also, our neighboring private schools like Liberty Christian Academy are playing sports, and many of these same students live in Bedford County, and they go to the same Kroger and other stores as everyone else. So is Bedford County not playing sports truly protecting us from possible exposure? However, I am mainly disappointed in the decisions that you all have considered beneficial for student athletes like me. I truly appreciate the 3 of you that recognize the value that sports brings to teenagers. However, for the 4 of you that do not think the value of sports outweighs the 0.002% mortality rate nationwide for young adults, let me explain. The lessons you learn from sports are one of a kind, and you simply just can't learn them anywhere else. You learn to not let failure keep you from trying again, and you learn to be a good teammate and a good friend. You learn to collaborate with people, and you learn that hard work pays off. But most importantly, you learn to push yourself out of your comfort zone and grow as a person. Playing sports turned me from a scared little girl to a strong young woman who stands up for what she believes in. And I simply would not be the person I am today if I didn't play sports. It saddens me that you all as a group have regarded the incomparable benefits of sports as not important enough. Now, I am blessed enough to play travel volleyball, which gives me so many opportunities, but for many students, school ball is all they have. You all have stripped some kids of countless memories and opportunities, and it's just not fair. A point I would like to restate is that if the state of Virginia truly thought sports were too dangerous, the VHSL would have automatically canceled them, and instead they gave you all the decisions to make, and I can confidently say you have let down almost every student athlete in Bedford County. To Mr. Hill, Mr. Leamy, and Ms. Kirby, I really want to say thank you for putting the students first. Also, I hope that you all have seen the passion and the love that we students have for sports tonight and how much they truly mean to us. All 3 schools came together, and we came together to fight for sports, and that is exactly what sports does. It brings people together, and we're all here because we love them so much. Overall, I want you all to know and recognize the gravity of the decisions that you make. I'm disappointed in the decisions and intentions of the school board. You all need to do much better, not just for me, but for every single student of Bedford County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rachel Paul.
Rachel?
Yes, I do. Okay. Can I just start whenever? Okay. Hi, my name is Rachel Paul. I live in Walker's Crossing subdivision off of Everett Road in Forest in District 4. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm a senior at Jefferson Forest High School, and I'm one of 4 children, all of whom have participated in sports and other extracurriculars in their high school years. When I began to ponder what argument I was going to present to you all this evening, I initially thought I would share with you with how growing up with 2 active older brothers in the school was like. I watched them as they excelled in sports, clubs, and other organizations. I took their photos for their senior prom and attended both of their graduations. I laughed at the dinner table as they told me stories of their pep rallies and spirit weeks. I yearned for the days where I could witness those same events and catch my own case of senioritis. You see where I'm going with this? It's nothing you guys haven't heard before. The class 2021 has had our senior season ripped away from us, but I'm not here to talk to you guys about that. I'm here to share with you the impact sports had on me. I began playing lacrosse when I was 10 years old, and I now play on the varsity team at JF. In middle school and the first part of high school, I competed in Jefferson Forest the Jefferson Forest volleyball teams. During my sophomore year of high school, I gravitated towards indoor track, where I would go on to compete at the state level. I remain just as active in school, as I'm a member of Student Council, SABRE, National Honor Society, and the Equity Task Force. But I truly believe it is the involvement in athletics that has shaped me into the person who is standing in front of you today. Strong-willed, determined, and ready to fight this challenge. COVID-19 has been a catalyst to many setbacks for students. With the restrictions in school as well as online learning, the learning gap and decline of collaborative skills in today's younger generation is growing more and more. Eliminating athletics increases the likelihood of further deficiencies. Playing sports had a profound impact on me. I have learned cooperative skills and how to get along with teammates. I continue to improve my communication skills and time management as I balance school, sports, and social time. After-school athletics has instilled in me that no matter what challenges I might face, I have the confidence and composure to persevere. These are skills that I would continue to use in college, my career path, and whatever else my future holds. Skills like this cannot be taught by going to school twice a week. They cannot be ingrained in minds while staring at a computer screen. That only leaves one more learning ground: the court, the field, the track, and so on. In closing, I ask for you school board members to rethink your decision on allowing high school athletics to compete this year. Think back to your high school years. What memories are most prevalent in your mind? For me, I think it would be all the opportunities I had to get involved in something larger than myself. Cheering on or participating on a team, meeting for clubs, but more importantly, learning about the similarities and differences we share. These are the memories I will hold precious. Let's set the standard in fostering well-rounded students. After all, the classroom is not where everyone has the opportunity to shine. And guys, just take a look outside. See all the students and the people who really want this to happen this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Kane Morris.
Hey. Hello, my name is Kane Morris, and I'm a senior at Jefferson Forest High School. I'm the team captain of the wrestling team, and have been since my sophomore year. I'm here to represent my team and my coaches. I've talked to them all, and this will be collective representation of our views on the topic of potentially not having sports. The wrestling team is more of a family rather than a team. I see my teammates as brothers and my coaches as mentors through life. We have a bond formed through the sport of wrestling, and they're some of the closest people to me. This camaraderie that we have was gained through competing in the sport we love, many of us since elementary school, each pushing each other to do the best that we possibly can on and off the mat. We have all become very successful on the mat as we are ranked 2nd in 4A and 10th overall in the state, looking to be the best team JF has ever had, and all have very bright futures ahead of us. With this brotherhood that we have formed, we all go through different obstacles in life, some big and some small. But we all help each other through these times, as well as wrestling. We use wrestling to get them off of our mind. With that being said, wrestling has saved many of us from bad situations. Any of us could have decided to use other ways to cope with our issues that are not nearly as healthy. Some examples of these ways to assist our mental well-being are substance abuse, drinking alcohol, or participating in illegal activities, all that would have affected our life down the road significantly. I have been reached out to by several concerned community members regarding the diminished mental health and increased drug use in our community due to the school board's response to COVID. Have you requested any statistics to analyze this issue? I personally have dealt with a lot of anxiety, and wrestling has helped me through that. The stress of this pandemic on us teens is substantial. It is like no other time. The way we deal with this stress could affect our lives down the road immensely. Now may I ask you, is taking away many of us students' athlete sole way to deal with stress really beneficial? Thank you.
Thank you. Tatum Bradney.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Tatum Bradney, and I'm a junior at Jefferson Forest High School this year. During my years of participating in athletics, I've learned how to be a leader, a good teammate, and how to deal with adversity. These life lessons have taught me how to cope with the ever-changing obstacles that COVID has presented to all of us over the last 10 months. Being a spring athlete, I know firsthand how losing an athletic season can affect your mental and physical health, as I lost my season in 2020. While that was the correct decision to make at the time, We have learned many lessons over the months, and studies have shown that it is safe to participate in athletics while following proper guidelines. I worry about the mental health of myself and other athletes if we are unable to compete this year. Studies have shown that during the pandemic, there's been an increase in stress-related, depressive, and anxiety symptoms in adolescents. Since March, there's been a decrease in physical activity amongst teenagers, while screen time has been increased. This has led to the change in sleep patterns and the formation of poor dietary choices. Safety protocols have been put in place for all Bedford County athletes to be safe and still be able to compete. Travel teams have been playing for the past few months. College football just completed a successful season. College basketball, the NFL, and the NBA are currently competing, along with the NHL starting their season last night. While these leagues are on a much bigger scale than we are, they feel it is safe enough to engage in competition. We also know that all of the surrounding counties have plans in place to allow athletes to compete in the sports they love. What makes it okay for them to compete and not us? Bedford County needs to be a leader and not the exception in this instance. As young adults, we need this opportunity to bring a sense of normalcy back into our lives. I ask you to please reconsider your decision and allow us to compete in athletics during 2021. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. That having been the last speaker, we will move on with other items on our agenda. I believe per our agreement earlier, we have moved item 3.03, update on the status of school sports, timely, to this point in our agenda. So Dr. Francis.
Good evening, board. I'd like to give you an overview of sports. I'll start, and I'll kind of outline how I did this. The first part is the VHSL. They did have on Tuesday an update to their plan, so I'd like to bring you up to speed on that. And I also pulled information and have a summary of all the divisions that are in the Seminole and Blue Ridge, because those obviously are the ones that our teams at the three high schools would compete against. So I can go through that. The first is the VHSL update from Tuesday. They updated and changed the championship +1, which was a situation where teams could play one additional game if they did not make the regional playoffs. The regional playoffs for winter begin February 9th. What they did was they expanded that to teams, if they did not make the regional playoff, could play as many games to get up to the 60%. So example, if a team played 10 basketball games, they were allowed 14. If they didn't make the regional playoffs, they could end up playing 4 more basketball games between February 9th, when the regional playoffs start, to the end where the state championship took place. Teams that made the region, though, could not add games. So it was an idea to help those teams that may have started late and did not get all of their games in, so that they could get more games added to their schedule. And especially for those teams that did not make the postseason. And as I said, so that was added this week. So that was something that could affect teams that are playing, especially the ones that had delayed schedules. All right. So I'm going to start, and I'm going to go alphabetically with the divisions that are in the Blue Ridge and the Seminole. Start with Amherst County. They're currently participating in athletics. They're using the VHSL mitigation strategies and the Seminole District guidelines. Botetourt County reversed their decision on January 4th. Their superintendent withdrew from the agreement, and they are currently participating in winter sports with the VHSL mitigation strategies. Campbell County is currently participating using the VHSL mitigation strategies and Seminole District guidelines. Franklin County is participating in athletics at the JV and varsity level. They're working directly with their health department, but they are currently playing, so they're not looking directly at the metric by itself, but they're working and partnering with their health department, that they, the district that they're in, so they are playing. They did play this week. Liberty Christian, and I did include them because they are in the Seminole District. Of course, they're using the VHSL mitigation strategies and Seminole District guidelines. Lynchburg City, began competition this week, January 11th. They're using the mitigation strategies from the VHSL and the Seminole District. Roanoke City is playing varsity. Now, they began participating in swim and track, and they're putting together some guidelines for them to compete within the city between William Fleming and Patrick Henry. But the track and the swim can participate as normal. And it's more to come out of Roanoke City, because they are going to put those guidelines in place. Roanoke County began practice this week, and they voted to play in county. So they have 5 schools in their county so that they can play the schools within their county. They're not playing schools outside of their county. So that's the overview of all the divisions that are either in the Blue Ridge or the Seminole District and where they are currently. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. If you have any questions, I'll do the best I can. Some of the details, like as I said, on Roanoke City haven't been released yet because they're still working on the basketball mitigation strategies that they're going to use to compete.
Any questions for Dr. Dewis? Dr. Francis.
So Bedford County is basically an island, right?
We are the only division not competing right now in the Blue Ridge or Seminole.
If we were to start competing tomorrow, would our team still be able to advance regional play?
Yes.
Okay.
Really, the date that you're probably looking at was January 18th. If you started competing by then, you could get enough contest in, as long as everyone stayed healthy and so forth to qualify for the region. They set some guidelines for regional play, and each region some regions are looking at an all-in, that everyone that's playing gets into the postseason. That kind of levels the playing field, but others are not. So it's basically what the region decides. But yes, if you got in by January 18th, you could probably get enough contest in to have the ability to qualify for regional play beginning February 9th.
So it's not too late for our winter athletes then?
No, not right now.
Yes, Ms. Kirby.
If, Dr. Francis, if for some reason by divine intervention, whatever it may take, that we would let our Bedford County students play. With Liberty and JF, again, we've talked about this, being in Seminole, Stanton River, and Blue Ridge, would we still, if a Seminole team were to have to back out, will we still be allowed to substitute Stanton River in those so they can have more games to play?
Yes, what happens right now is if a team is not able to play, then those decisions are made and given time for ADs to reschedule. Stanton River would have the ability to play Botetourt and Franklin County right now. Those divisions are playing. Roanoke City and Roanoke County, that would probably not be an option, but they can schedule more games, obviously, with the Seminole District team. So so they can complete their schedule that way. And as I said, some of the regions are talking about if you compete at all, if you played any games, that it's an all-in. So that you would have a tournament where all the teams qualify and move in. So that's also out there, and each region is looking at that because some teams are coming in later. It's kind of like the college football where you had Ohio State with a significantly fewer number of games than other teams, but that's what they're looking at right now.
And they still ran into Bama.
Yes.
Mr. Hill, you look like you have something.
I do. So Dr. Francis, as one of the students said, what is it that we know that these other 8 county systems don't know?
I can't answer that. I did watch some of the school board meetings and, of different divisions when they started to make changes, and, the only thing that I picked up was that, many people felt like the mitigation strategies were to the point that they felt they would work. That's kind of the comments I heard as people started changing, because obviously people have changed. If you, 6 weeks ago, it was a completely different look here than it is now. And so many have changed, and the only thing I can really pick up on is that they feel like the mitigation strategies as far as the cleaning, the mask, the no spectators, those type of things are significant enough to allow them to play.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question either for Dr. Francis or Ms. Robertson or Ms. Dotson, and that's have we had any positive cases of quarantine situations with any of our sports teams to this point?
Defer that to Ms. Robertson. She works more directly with that on all types of identifications than I do.
Yes, is the simple answer.
Okay, can you expound on that
And I certainly, Mrs. Knox can, but we have had, I think, since Christmas break, and you'll have to correct, 5? No, you would come up here. 5 teams have experienced a quarantine, is that correct, Mrs. Knox?
It would be, 4 schools have been impacted.
Yes.
And just since we've had, in the past 2 weeks, we've had some positives that are athletes, and we've needed to quarantine 40 players, and that would also include coaches. So that's our most recent one. And also on January 11th, that would have been an in-school transmission. You know, we talk about community acquired and we talk about in-school. The in-school had to do with athletics.
Okay. So how long are these teams quarantined for? When would that quarantine period end?
They would run 10 to 14 days. We had actually had put a group out that was about 13, and we put them out for 10 days to try to, we always try to start with that. And we were notified by some people that were in the community that some of those people that were on quarantine were out in the community. And these were seen by people that were a reliable source and questioned that. So we tacked on 4 more days for that group because of that behavior. I'm not sure that they take it as serious as others would. Because of their age, maybe part of it. And it is tough to be stuck in your home for 10 or 14 days when you're used to being able to go to school and you're used to being able to play, you know, practice for sports or just go out and about with your socializing with friends.
All right. Go ahead, Dr. Mealy.
I don't know whether this is Ms. Robertson or
We work
pretty together.
together, so
I was
we'll
gonna
be a
say.
team.
Okay, so, you know, the students all spoke tonight about the mental and emotional health. Can you just explain to us what Bedford County is doing to support these children, these students who are saying that this is impacting them, their mental and emotional health?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Prior to the holiday break, I communicated with each of the high schools to ask the principals to specifically work with their athletic directors, trainers, athletic trainers, and coaches to assess the needs of their individual teams. Now, specifically, that was related to the winter sports because those were the students that were impacted. I asked them to do a needs assessment with the coaches to determine how our mental health support teams at each individual campus might support the student athletes who were dealing with the impact of the decisions of the board. We outlined that opportunities that they could consider in discussing as a coaching team or with their own student athletes, offers of virtual or face-to-face individual counseling, team specific, meaning we could work with your team either in small group or whole group counseling, or we could do a team skill development activity. And in that team development activities, we provided topics on managing frustrations with positive outlets, coping with disappointment and sadness, the growth mindset of an athlete, cognitive behavioral strategies to fight a depressed mood, or mental discipline and focus in the face of adversity. And we really built that framework just hearing from some of the students that had expressed concerns about what sports mean to them. So we had our first mental health support team. Let me clarify. Since that time, last week, we had Stanton River High School communicate a request for some of their winter sports teams. Not all, some coaches felt like they were handling that within their own team. Stanton River communicated with us last week. I heard from Liberty High School this week. We just had the mental health support team meeting with the athletic department at Stanton River today. And I want to give praise and kudos to Josh Smallwood, who identified some things that Stanton River already had in place even before our team meeting. Moving into second semester, they are targeting for their athletes what they call Golden Eagle Success Academy. These are some opportunities through the 21st Century Grant that they are specifically encouraging for their student athletes. One of those opportunities is a leadership class. One is a partnership with an outside agency that they are pursuing called Healing Minds of Virginia, which is someone that works specifically kind of in the mental training aspects or sports psychology realm, and then providing ongoing academic coaching. So those were things that they had already done without even coming together with the mental health support team members. So today we met and we identified which specific teams wanted to have some opportunities for activities and we're gonna narrow the focus with those coaches and those teams as to exactly what they want the experience to look like. Are we doing that kind of through your team gatherings before practices? Are we doing it through virtual means? We wanna kind of get a feel for what the students and coach want. And so we plan to move forward. We've already dedicated one of our mental health support team members who'll be working specifically with one team. So we kind of divided up each team and the resources. And one of the things that we talked about that would be important is that we will start this immediately at Stanton River, but stay with the winter sports teams kind of through the season, because the practice, each of the people that were in the meeting today talked about how the students are enjoying the practice opportunities, and that's important for their affiliation with their team. But we know that's going to end when the next season begins, and so we thought we would even stay with the athletes in those groups for a few weeks, closing the season, so to speak, to make sure that the support is still there. The team meeting for Liberty is scheduled, I believe it's for next Thursday. So we're moving forward.
So then, I'm just trying to, you mentioned Stanton River and Liberty, was there any input from Jefferson Forest?
They did not request specifically for support through the, now, and I want to, they did not communicate that to me, but they have their own mental health support team, so I don't want to suggest that they have not taken actions. They just didn't make that specific request back through me to coordinate.
Okay, and are any of our, do our middle schools have access to this as well?
Absolutely. If they are requesting that, yes. We had not had the same level of concerns because it went through the athletic director to all coaches. So that we use the athletic director in that way, because it's not this, it doesn't impact as many students at the middle school level.
Mr. Leamy.
Ms. Robinson, question.
Yes, sir.
Was an objective of the assessment of needs, was one of the objectives to discover the root cause of the anxiety that these athletes were experiencing?
Well, I felt like we knew that. We had heard that.
Okay. So it's what?
Because the competition sports were not a part of their team activity, and we heard from not only student speakers, but from community that was going to have an impact on mental health, we wanted to respond
So-
to show that we would be able to support them in that challenge of adjusting to disappointment or frustration after that determination.
So the short answer to that question is lack of competition, correct? That's the root cause of the anxiety?
Well, from what I'm hearing, again, I want to clarify, just speaking with the Stanton River team today, and I can only base that from that athletic department, they indicated that their students seem to be holding up pretty well and are enjoying the practices. There were coaches that were involved in that meeting who said, our students are managing well, but we think this would be a good opportunity for them to just process through that this has been a year that has not been like any other year, and that there has been loss of the experience of what traditional sports would be.
Okay,
So that was the tone of the committee.
When there was competition, was there a need for these mental health, the intervention by these mental health support teams?
The mental health support teams existed last year. It wasn't targeted specifically for student athletes, but that's a service that is provided to address any student needs that might occur on the campus.
But, I mean, my takeaway from your presentation is that had competition been available to these student athletes, they likely would not have needed intervention by the mental health support teams. Is that correct?
I can't say that specifically. What I can say is that I felt like this division asked us to be responsive, so we were responsive.
Okay, no, and I'm not arguing that. I'm trying to draw a conclusion here as to why these students need this intervention, number one. And number two, what's the simplest way to give them what they need? And my takeaway is we need to let them compete.
Oh, I'm sorry. I understand what you're asking.
And I think Ms. Knox wants to jump in too.
Okay,
What if I may?
Can I finish my thought?
Yes.
Okay. I would see this as, is this a new need? Yes. I will also tell you that, for instance, I communicated with our middle schools. At the start of the year, we had students that are in our middle schools. Let me clarify when I'm saying middle school. Students that are in our middle school buildings who had not really, some had not had a lot of experience with online learning platforms. And I had school counselors saying, kids are experiencing more stress about academic performances, and we intensify the services.
Okay, can I
So
reel
there
you
have
back
been lots of changes that we've been
I'm
responsible.
addressing this from an athletic standpoint, not from an academic.
Yeah, that's where we're
Yes,
responsible.
ma'am.
I add a point to that?
Yes,
I
please.
think another part to this, competition is certainly a piece to that, but these mitigation measures, that is not something they've ever had to play sports with. So they're very important, and it becomes very hard for them to practice the way they want to practice, plus trying to keep the mitigation measures in place. Because the need to compete is so strong that we sometimes forget that we've got to keep our social distance, and that when we're not on the court doing our practice at that moment, that when we come off, we're supposed to put a mask on. And I think that's very important, because they've never had to play a sport like that before. And I would definitely say that could be a piece to it. So it's not all just competition. I think the way we're having to do things today.
But I would suggest to you, Ms. Knox, if these student athletes were given a choice between not playing or competing with mitigation strategies, that's a no-brainer. I will tell you what, 99.9% of those kids are gonna say, yeah, we'll do it. Just let us play.
Well, I have witnessed on videotapes where some of those mitigation measures are not in place. So, and that's a concern, because, you can sometimes quarantine one or two people from a team, but if you're not doing what you need to do for the mitigation measures, then sometimes you have to put the whole team out.
Then let's do what we need to do. It's simple.
Well, they know what they need to do.
Then they need to be held accountable.
That's not on me to hold them accountable, but I mean, that's something to think about too, that they struggle with the mitigation measures.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Robertson, how many hours are you and your team spending on these mental health sessions with the athletes?
Well, we haven't begun yet, but that would be based on. I'm sorry?
How many are scheduled?
Well, today was our first meeting with Stanton River, and after that first meeting, we plan to start next week, and we really haven't gotten the coaches, this was the first meeting to plan, so the coaches are gonna work with the providers of the service to identify whether they.
Provider?
The counselor or the psychologist that's providing the service.
So your team's not doing that?
No, I'm sorry, I just, it could be it could be a psychologist, or it could be a school counselor, or it could be a clinical social worker. I just didn't want to say, it may be any of those individuals. We're working together as a
How
team.
many hours was spent today?
It was about an hour-long meeting.
Okay, so an hour, and then meetings, further meetings, you don't know how long, right?
For example, if the girls basketball, and I'm just using this as an example, this has not been a commitment, I'm just trying to, if the girls basketball team said, we'd like to meet twice a week, one with a face-to-face meeting, one with a virtual meeting, and we'd like for that to kind of last for the next 6 weeks. We are getting the feedback from the coach and the team, so that's why I can't answer the question specifically.
So we're spending hours and dollars to fix a problem that 4 board members have created. No, I'm not asking you for an answer, I'm just making a statement. Of the cases that you talked about for sports and athletes, COVID cases, how many of those have been hospitalized?
I'm not aware of any of the athletes being
Thank you,
hospitalized.
that's all I asked. Do we have a medical doctor on staff?
Do we have a medical doctor on staff?
Yeah, I'm asking Ms. Roberts.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize, no, we do
Okay.
not have a medical doctor on staff.
And so Karen, that's your group, right? So where are we getting this advice from?
I think that all of the information that we're using is from the CDC, the health department, in correlation with Centra and the health, and our nurses who are contact tracers, and our athletic trainers who are contact tracers. And I mean, our own mitigation strategies, our own healthcare plan.
Okay, so we don't have a medical doctor that we're getting this advice from.
Well, Dr. Gately is a
Dr.
medical
Gately,
doctor, and
Dr. Chris
Dr. Lewis.
And where's that at?
Dr. Gately is our health district director, so he covers Lynchburg, Bedford, Campbell, Amherst, Appomattox.
Okay, so he covers a lot of these schools that Tony just told us that are playing.
Yeah, but he also,
That's all I asked, yes.
What is your chart? What is your chart?
my chart,
thought I had-
I believe you
Oh,
received
oh,
it
I
today.
thought you were done.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, you're not done. Okay, please continue, Mr. Hill.
So you mentioned that you were utilizing cameras.
Yeah,
So
well,
can you take us through why you would be using cameras?
yes, sir. Whenever we have a positive case, whether it be someone that is in elementary school, middle school, or high school, there might be cameras that are set up in the gym, the cafeteria, the playground recess area. And so what we do is we look at the camera to see if there, who might be needing to be contact traced. Meaning, you could have 10 people in the gym, but there may only be 1 or 2 kids that are near or in close proximity with concerns to the person that's identified as being positive. So that's how cameras are being utilized.
And we're
It's a
doing that
review
legally?
to
Is
determine-
that legal?
Sir,
I'm asking for legalities. Is that legal for us to be utilizing those cameras for that?
oh
Okay,
yes.
I just want to know. All right, so with the quarantines that were mentioned for the athletes, were those due to positive cases or were they due to other diagnoses that we're not giving to the nurses?
They're due to positive cases, sir.
So,
We don't quarantine unless there's a positive case.
excuse me, can you say that again?
We quarantine when there's positive cases.
So you don't quarantine a student who has tested negative twice and will not give the nurse a other diagnosis? You're telling me that?
Not sure what you're referring to, sir.
So if a student tests negative twice, we do not quarantine that student.
If it's the timing of the test, in other words, when you test if you've done a rapid test, if it's negative, The rapid test must be sent off for what they call the PCR, the antigen test. Most places that test people will do that, but if they don't do that, then we cannot release them from quarantine.
Okay,
The other
and
would be
once
is
the
if
second
somebody
test
might have
comes
had
back negative,
symptoms. Excuse me?
once the second test comes back negative,
They have to go through that 7 days. There's a 7, 10, and 14, so
so we're quarantining students who are testing negative, is what you're telling me.
well, I'm just saying, if someone has got a negative test, we must wait that 7 days. Okay, it's not an automatic return, sir.
Okay, so the numbers that you're giving us around quarantine,
May I make just one clarification?
Yeah.
That's if there has been an exposure.
That's
So
correct.
I want to be clear, if there has been a suspected exposure, those are the quarantine protocols. If a child just, if a parent calls in and says, my child has a fever and they're going to be home today, we're not considering that a quarantine period. We don't require any negative testing. That's only if we have received communication that there is a potential exposure.
Anything else?
I'm looking,
Okay, and I have something.
all right, so I want to make sure I understand. So the athletes that were quarantined means that we were following our process that we've set up to keep students safe, right?
The process, meaning the athletes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So we're following protocol. We haven't had any hospitalizations, and 8 other counties / school systems are playing around us. What am I missing? We're following our guidelines, right?
We're following what we need to do. I'm not sure that everyone is doing all the mitigation strategies that need to be done. We wouldn't have the numbers that we have right now.
Okay, but when your numbers that you sent out today, it's 301,
It was 306 total for positive.
okay, 306. And that is total.
Yes.
And then you also split it out into how many students?
There was 199 students and 107 staff.
Okay, so of 199 students, how many of those are athletes?
Not sure.
Not sure. Okay, so we've got 306 positive cases. How many students does that number, so is the 306 include in person only, or does that include all of Bedford County students?
It is including all of Bedford County students.
So we've got 300 positive cases, which includes staff, right? Which includes people who are at home full-time and not coming to our schools.
But some of them might be participating in sports.
Okay,
We have
what
people-
percentage is that?
I don't know the percentage of that, sir. I know that we
So
have
if we
virtual
say all 300
participants.
are athletes, or 200 are athletes, and you divide that by the total student population, what percentage is that? Okay, it's a very small percentage. Very small percentage. And meanwhile, 8 systems are playing around us. That's all I got.
Since we've all made a lap around, I have a question for Dr. Rogers. We mentioned a number of quarantines. How are those quarantines impacting our ability to continue operating in-person learning right now?
That might be a better question actually for Dr. Woodford.
Dr. Woodford, okay.
I can tell you that I spoke to principals at a principals meeting and asked them to let me know if they were having issues. Now, I'm not going to attribute it to quarantines or positive cases. I'm going to say that just absences with staff and not having substitutes, whether that's because they're sick or because they're not working in our schools because of their concern with their own health. And I have had 3 principals reach out to say, we are reaching capacity, meaning that they have pulled their staff and have put them in classrooms to cover for people that are out. And that has been, and again, I'm not attributing that to quarantines, or I'm just saying, since the Christmas holidays, with our increased numbers, we're seeing more absences. Just an example, I had a principal who spent the whole day acting as backup clinic as a nurse because we had a nurse out. Those things are happening, and right now they're managing, but when I say reaching capacity, when they know that 1 to 2 more absences would put them at a place they don't have enough people to cover classes, that's when they notify me. So for the 2 weeks back, I've had 3 notifications, and this is the first time I've had that this year.
Because I know I have heard from some teachers with concerns about issues at their school. Something did come out today that I thought was very interesting from a joint document from the Virginia Department of Health and the Virginia Department of Education reopening guidelines. It says that the Virginia Department of Health continues to recommend that local officials prioritize educational opportunities over extracurricular activities or other events in the surrounding community. During times of substantial COVID-19 activity, these choices are especially important. Mitigation strategies in school help keep kids safe and adults safe, but what happens outside of school is equally important. And I don't think anyone is arguing that sports aren't important and that they don't play a critical role in the student development issue. And I certainly respect everyone at this table. This was not an easy decision. There are good arguments on both sides. So I am not faulting or taking issue with anyone for any position that they might take on this. But I wonder what the mental health issues we might experience would be if we had to shut down and go virtual again. Because I've heard from a number of families that have issues with Wi-Fi. It's not readily available in all parts of our county. Affordable childcare is not readily accessible. So some families are having to choose between sending their kids to school or potential exposure. And I know the mitigation strategies we're using during the day have been fantastic. But I think that's important to keep in our minds as we're having this discussion tonight. Are we putting ourselves in a position where we could reach that breaking point? It sounds like some of our schools are getting very close. Dr. Hicks, yes.
Yes, I'd like to hear Ms. Robinson and Ms. Knott, your take on the updated information that we got from Dr. Lewis and Dr. Gately today, and I'd like to see your charts that you made, Ms. Knott.
Yes, so this chart is the positivity rates for Bedford and our localities. And so this chart shows that Bedford is 20.5 positivity, Amherst is 21.4, Appomattox 26.9, Campbell 27.2, Franklin 19.6, Lynchburg 20, Roanoke City 18.4, and Roanoke County 12.4. This is a positivity rate that is at almost crisis level. When we think about playing sports or other extracurricular activities where mitigation measures may be difficult to implement, this becomes very concerning. So I think when the hospitals tell us we need your help as a community to get us through this, and that's kind of what Dr. Lewis was saying, and I'll be glad to read that if that's okay. His statement was that Centra is seeing its rate of COVID hospitalizations increase at a very significant rate, straining our capacity to care for both COVID and non-COVID patients. All of our facilities, including the Bedford Hospital, are being impacted by a high load of COVID-positive patients in our system. We are seeing daily COVID patients admitted through the Bedford facility now at a rate that is much higher than we have at any point in the pandemic. We continue to ask our communities to do everything they can to decrease the spread of COVID in those communities. This will be in order to start bending this curve of the illness and hospitalizations with COVID. Currently, that spread is only continuing to increase. The safety behaviors of mask wearing, limiting gatherings, particularly when they're indoors, hand washing, social distancing are the best ways we know how to stop the spread. In addition, we also encourage all community members that qualify for a vaccine to be vaccinated when it becomes available. That's from Dr. Chris Lewis, who is the Director for Medical Affairs at Centra. He's also a cardiologist. So when you have a physician that is at our local hospital, as big as Centra is, trying to ask us to help out, and you have Dr. Gately with the health department that is dealing with all of these counties that surround us that our team would be playing, I think it's only wise that we try very hard to assist them in any way that we can.
Great. Ms. Hairston and then Ms. Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight we've heard from so many of our students and parents, and I, like most board members, have received lots of emails regarding their concern in returning back to sports. I've heard from a lot of JF high school students, and tonight we heard from several of them regarding the mental health piece. And Mrs. Robertson, I may have missed something as you were sharing with us earlier. So please forgive me if I'm having you to repeat anything you've already shared. But I wanted to know, have we had any of our JF high school coaches reach out to you regarding their players, their students' mental health concerns? Have they reached out for support or
No, ma'am,
help in
not
any
to
way?
me. And in fairness, I want to say, because I don't want to presume that they haven't reached out,
Right.
they have not reached out to me directly.
Okay.
There is an active mental health support team and resources there on the campus. So they may have addressed that with an in-house system and not kind of involved my department, so to speak, but they have not. So that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kirby.
Out of, you said that we have a spike in cases, but we were expecting this spike because of Thanksgiving. Well, I'm sure we're still getting some left over from Thanksgiving break and then the recent Christmas, New Year's break. We knew this was coming. So what mitigating factors did we put into place to prevent this spike coming? Anything?
Well, we're doing a very good job in the school.
And you are doing an excellent job, but did you do anything extra?
We haven't had to do anything extra in the school because what happens in the school is we're there to monitor. There's staff and people that do walk-arounds and spot checks, and anything that we can correct at that moment, we try to. So I think when you look at those cases, it's a community. It's what the decisions that are being made in the community that are coming into the school, whether that be from family decisions or staff decisions or things like that.
So our kids are doing a great job of following what the protocols that they're supposed to.
In most cases, yes.
In most cases, well, that's gonna be in anything, okay, that's a given. And just a general statement, and I'm not knocking anything, and I don't mean to belittle anything at all, I'm not a belittler at all, I'm just me. But the mental health support team that you're doing, and you're asking these kids questions, and I understand that. But a teenage athlete, you're really gonna think that they're gonna answer you honestly and admit a weakness?
Well, we really have been working through the coaches. So we didn't directly ask the students to tell us something that they might feel weak about. We asked the coaches, what services might we provide your team? From there, that would be an introduction for which we could offer more individual or individualized responses. However, I do feel if a student is going to say, and I'm speaking as a school psychologist and as a mental health professional, if a student is going to say, without this, I am going to feel crisis symptoms, I'm going to want to support that student. To what extent the family and the student choose to participate, but we want to support that student. And we are having our students who are willing to publicly say they are having these concerns. So I'm hoping they would say them with the confines of a structured mental health support team member and mental health professional working with them.
But I guess my thing is that the kids aren't gonna let their coaches know either, because the strongest players are the ones that are gonna get the most playing time. So they're not gonna show this. So all this, in my opinion, is not totally straightforward of what it could be, but that's neither here nor there. When we're talking about how many kids aren't wearing their masks during sports because they were videoed, are we videoing the kids in elementary school recess?
No, we're not videoing them, it's wherever the cameras are set up, so no one is going around videoing them.
Well,
It's like
but
when they have-
are they being ID'd then in elementary, middle school recess too, as not wearing their mask, or is it just on the playing
Whenever-
field?
The whole purpose of observing the video, and it's a camera video, so wherever the cameras are set up, and sometimes they don't have them in all areas, but for those that have them, so that we don't automatically just send everybody out because we're not sure when it's young children to be able to identify, it's better to look at the camera to see it's only these 2 or 3 kids that need to go out. It's not the entire class, or it's not the entire group that's in the gym. So that's why it's used. It's not like anyone's going around with a video, it's the cameras. Same thing they would do, I guess, for discipline, right? If there was a concern with discipline or damage to part of the school building.
And can I just say, I want to clarify something with the video. If we think about who we have close contact with all day, if I were to ask Dr. Mealy, who have you come in close contact with all day? If you've been in a school with lots of people, it's very hard to kind of pinpoint sometimes. We've realized that by using the cameras, we can sometimes see staff who've had an interaction they've forgotten about, or students who, you know, we say, oh yes, they had their mask on, and then if we look at them in a reading group, we realize, nope, they pulled that mask down and they've had an exposure. So we do that so that we don't over quarantine, and because it's really just hard to remember that. And so it's not saying that we don't trust people, it's just saying we're trying to really be very careful about who we identify for quarantine, because we want them in school or we want them at practice or whatever. So,
And I might also add, and again, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt Dr. Woodford. Sometimes when we are communicating with an individual who is alerting us that they are positive, you have to understand that individual, first of all, might not be well. And so to be able to articulate all of the activities may not be possible. That individual may be young and not able to report. And lastly, we also may be dealing with an adult who's upset about the positive COVID finding themselves and not able to perhaps think through clearly. And I know we have had situations where we've started the contact tracing process, and someone will call back at a later time and it will by the way, I remembered this. Because that diagnosis in and of itself can be alarming for folks, and that's not an intentional withholding, it's just trying to construct our lives from memory. So it is used as a tool for supplementing. Just another example of its value is if we just relied on a roster, so who might have been in this particular reading group or who might have been at this particular event, the roster is not, we've had students that are absent that day from school, and we would have inadvertently quarantined someone if we just went by a roster. So we try to use multiple pieces of information. It is not the single piece, it is one piece in building a safe equation of contact tracing.
Boy, I must have had a small soft spot when I said videoing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend anyone. You know, we can sit here and we can, one thing I've learned is if you're looking for something, if you're looking to prove your point, you're going to find the data that's going to support your point, no matter what it is. If I want to tell you the sky is red, I will find data that would support me saying the sky is red. We can sit here all night and we can argue our points, whether they should play, whether they shouldn't play, whether we're going to be too precautious, and I'm not saying COVID is not serious in any way, shape, or form. It is very, very serious. It should be the parent's choice whether the kids should play. That's what I believe. But I'm going to pose a question to all you guys. Right now, these kids aren't playing anything. Is there any medium ground that we can come up with? I mean, we only have 3 schools in our county. Can they at least play each other in the county? We at least let them do that. Right now, they have absolutely nothing. If you don't compete, you don't have a measure of what you're practicing for. Practice is backbreaking. The games are your 15 minutes of glory. Can we give them anything, or are we still gonna keep telling them no? Can we keep it within the county? Can we keep it, I don't know, just anything? Can we give them something? Just something for you to think about. We can come back to it in a few minutes. I know somebody else wanted to speak.
Yep, okay. Mr. Hill, then Mr. Leamy.
Yeah, so if we're truly trying to reduce the risk, and we've got 199 positive cases, and let's just say they're all athletes, you divide it by our total student population, we're coming up with 2.2%. 2.2%. Every one of these athletes that spoke tonight, every email that we've received has told us that they are traveling. I had one say he went to Pennsylvania. So if the numbers with a traveling sport is bringing back a 2.2% positivity rate, if we were to open up sports here and keep them from traveling, and if we have to say no travel sports while we have a season, so be it. That has to help our number reduce.
How would we enforce that? How would
Just tell the, in order to play school sports, you cannot be part of a travel team during this time. Susan, you can't enforce.
One division did do that. They required their student athletes and parents to sign the agreement if they were gonna be on the team that they would not compete in travel sports during that season. So I know I read that. That was in Virginia. It was a school system that required that. I've only heard of that one that did that, and I think that was a situation, as I said, they were worried about the spread with the AAU and so forth. So that was the requirement, and if you violated it, you were dismissed from the team immediately.
Well, so that's one point. I mean, we can help reduce the numbers based on what we're being told. Look, my daughter plays travel ball, and we're going to continue if you keep telling us no. She shows up to school every day, Mondays, Thursdays. She's going to continue to do it. But if she has an opportunity to play on the school team, we'll stop travel sports immediately. Centra, did they tell us an age group of those that are being admitted? So we don't know if it's adults, children, we don't have that data. Okay. And do we know if Centra gets like a certain dollar amount for every COVID positive? Do we have that information?
I would have no idea about anything like that, sir.
Okay. So we don't know how that would impact their numbers per se.
I think the numbers that they have are real numbers. Those are people.
Well, you think they are. You just told me you don't have the data. Because I asked you for it.
They wouldn't give them a diagnosis of COVID if they weren't positive.
Okay. That's it for now.
Mr. Leamy.
I sensed Mrs. Kirby's frustration. I think that this board is pretty well deadlocked. Nobody's gonna change their mind. That's my takeaway. So having said this, each of the 7 of us sitting around this table are here for one reason. We got more votes than the person that ran against us. So we got hired by our constituents to do a job for them. And that job is to represent them. I'll say that word again, represent. We're not doing that. I have the floor.
I know, I'm just looking at Mr. Johnson to let him know.
We're ruling. We're not representing. These people have made it crystal clear that that these families want the athletic choice just like we have given them the academic choice. Failing to represent these people and pretending or suggesting that we know what's best for them is nothing more than intellectual arrogance. And I find that to be insulting to the people that elected us. I really do. Truly insulting. You're not smart enough to make decisions for yourself. We need to give that authority, if I use that word loosely, back to the families. Let them decide. That's all I got.
Dr. Mealy.
Yes, I just want to say, I do represent my district because, in fact, Mr. Johnson and I were talking about this earlier in the week. I would say that my please do not play runs about 70%. Okay, so I do represent. I don't laugh at you. I do not show disrespect and laugh at you, Mr. Hill. So I feel like I am representing the majority in my district. And I would also say to you that since none of us are medical experts, we have to defer to those people who are. And the people who are very clearly asking us to help them. You know, you will understand, the mission is paramount. We all should be laser focused on a mission. And that mission is to try to get these numbers down so that our community can continue. And if you want to talk about isolation, and you want to talk about mental health, and you want to talk about anxiety, let's look to our oldest people who have been in nursing homes and long-term care centers where they have not had the touch of their family since March 13th. So I care about these. I'm really distressed that people think I don't care about their athletes. I do care about them. I think this is a terrible situation.
This board
But
is not representing.
Excuse me, I had the floor this time.
This board is not representing its constituents, period.
And that is your opinion, okay? And our first job is to educate children. That is our job as a board, is to ensure that we can educate our children and keep them in school. That is our job. We just had a county around here that said, you know, we're gonna go virtual now. That is our first and our primary mission, is to keep kids in school and educate them. And I'm very concerned. We just had a bus driver who died from COVID. I am very concerned about our staff. Dr. Woodford has said, you know, we're getting to the point where it's critical. You know, Appomattox didn't close and go to virtual because of the COVID issue in terms of how many cases the children had. They closed because they didn't have staff. And that I'm deeply concerned about our custodians and our nurses and our teachers and our paraprofessionals and all those people who are instrumental in the provision of education to our children. It's not just the children. That's what I'm talking about, the mission here. We're all on this mission. It's not just the children.
School.
Yes, it is.
No, I disagree with you. That we just have.
Why does Bedford County Public Schools exist, Dr. Mealy? To educate children.
That's right.
That's our mission. So it is about the children.
But in terms of COVID, Mr. Leamy, if we don't have staff because they're quarantined or they die because they contract COVID, then we can't do that job. So see, to me,
That's fear. That's fear. You got
Well, first of all,
97.9%.
first of all, Mr. Chairman, I believe
read it
I
a
had
little
the
bit.
floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It doesn't matter what you want to call it. It's not fear. It's concern for our community. It is not fear. It is, I want these kids to be in school. And we just, you're exactly right. I think to a certain extent we are deadlocked. We all have these very strong opinions about this. And you know, my mind is not going to change until I see something in our community that's helping us. You've got the director, the central, he's telling you, we've got some of the highest numbers in the state of Virginia, our director of the Department of Health. If we're not going to listen to him, and okay, let's go to Centra. Centra saying, please help us out. If we're not going to listen to them, who are we listening to?
What's the governor saying?
The governor is really passing it off to the school districts.
The governor's a medical doctor.
The governor is passing it off to the school.
VHSL, who we're a
Yes.
member of.
The VHSL says
Time.
very clearly on every page of its manual, if you have substantial community spread, recreational sports is not advisable.
So 2.2% of
No,
our students.
they're saying if you have substantial community spread, which we do.
Community includes those in a nursing home, hospital.
The entire community, sir, yes.
So you know what's best for our kids.
I'm not saying that. I am deferring to the medical experts
So it sounds like
in
you're
our
saying you know
community.
best versus the parents and the kids.
I am saying that I am deferring to the medical experts who are
So
advising us.
as these numbers grow, because we continue to travel and come back to school,
Well, that's irresponsible behavior. I can't change that.
also now you're telling the parents that they're irresponsible.
I'm telling,
Gotcha.
the
All
parents
right,
can make.
let's
Right.
keep it civil, please. Yeah. Yes. Oh, are you done?
Yes, that's fine.
Ms. Harrison?
I find this dialogue here, really insulting. I find it also embarrassing to our community and as educators. I don't believe there's one single board member here that doesn't care about their role being a school board member. And the decision that we had to make, I can speak for myself, and I believe the same thing holds true for the other 6 of you, that you gave it a great deal of thought and a great deal of looking at the data, looking at the research. And perhaps maybe some of us, such as myself, you took time to pray about it. I did. And I believe that what we need to do at this moment is model for our students the best behavior. They're watching us. They're listening to every word. And I want you to know that I am embarrassed by it. Now, the board voted. We voted. And not one of us said that we didn't want the children to play. We want our students to play. But we want to ensure that they are playing safely, and we want to also ensure that the other staff members, the teachers, the paraprofessionals, and all of those individuals are also safe. We hold an obligation and a commitment to all of the employees. We never said that we didn't want them to play. We set a metric in place, and I believe personally that it is a fair metric. And what I'm asking the community to do tonight, please hear me, wear your mask. Put your political affiliations aside and wear your mask. Wash your hands, keep your distance, and I believe we can come out of this, and our children will return to playing sports. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Leamy had a good point. I believe we are at a deadlock. Any other questions for staff on this topic?
So we're saying we're not willing to change any options, no compromise whatsoever.
Not even let just.
So we're on an island of 8 school systems, and we're saying no to our students. Not even play within the same county. Okay. That's the message. I wanna make sure I'm clear. That's the message.
When health conditions improve, I think that would be a good first step, but until then,
Because we should not be mixing cohorts, is that correct?
Well, I think that's one of many variables, and I do, obviously, mixing cohorts and mitigation measures are important. I also think there's an infrastructure to athletics that hasn't been discussed. I think we need to think about the infrastructure of transportation to and from locations, the impact to our current driving fleet, the age and risk variables of many of our drivers, assuming additional responsibilities for transportation. I myself have heard from not only transportation professionals, but also maintenance professionals and custodial professionals of some of the concerns relating to the infrastructure. So I think it's many things. It's not any one thing. It's not the cohorting. It's not the mitigation. It is the totality of those things that I think need to be considered.
I apologize, Chairman.
it's okay. So please monitor that and let us know if things improve, and we can definitely do that. All right, this might be a record for the latest we've ever approved the consent agenda. So do we have a motion on the consent agenda?
I move, we approve the consent agenda as presented.
All right, we have a motion on the consent agenda from Mr. Leamy. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. Discussion, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Superintendent's report. Dr. Rogers, welcome aboard officially.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have several items to share. First, Mr. Hagler briefed us tonight on the revenues, and in order to make budget recommendations at the February 18th meeting, I wanted you to be aware that we are reviewing current programs for efficiency and effectiveness, and staff plans to bring information to the next board meeting and following budget work session, specifically concerning alternatives to suspension and mental health program planning in Bedford County Public Schools. So we look forward to providing some information on those to you. The next item I would like to make you aware of is information concerning upcoming vaccine distribution in the school system. And I've asked Dr. Woodford if she would provide the information tonight.
I sent all of you an email yesterday, the same email that all of our employees received. The Department of Health did announce that some school divisions in our area and in Virginia are moving to phase 1B of COVID-19 vaccinations as effective last Monday, January the 11th. Phase 1B does include all public school staff members and employees that are in our school systems. And so we are now, the health department and Centra have asked us to get an estimated number of employees who would like to have that vaccine so they can work on acquiring that vaccine for us. They are looking to, once the vaccine is on its way, getting more accurate numbers so staff can later choose whether they may not want the vaccine as long as we have enough. Our school nurses are part of phase 1A, so they've actually started receiving their vaccines already if they choose to get it, and they have appointments this week and next week because they are essential healthcare workers. So we are not sure exactly when the vaccine will be on its way to us to give our employees, but I did share a website that VDH is updating, letting us know in Bedford when we move into the further phases. So again, we hope to move into 1B in the next few weeks, and we hope to be able to partner with the Department of Health and Centra to offer vaccinations to our employees. And we hope to be able to actually block time and work with schools to allow our employees to go get those vaccines, if they wish. And again, that's totally if they wish. We're just trying to facilitate the offering. We also may be able to help facilitate the giving of the vaccine, but we'll work closely with Dr. Gately and Dr. Lewis to see if that's something we can do. But we do hope to see the vaccine hopefully in the next 4 to 6 weeks for our employees.
Thank you for including us.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Woodford. I would also like to acknowledge now 2 veteran Bedford County Public Schools administrators who are unable to be here tonight, but I would still like to speak to them first. I would like to thank and recognize Mrs. Kim Halterman for her service with Bedford County Public Schools as she pursues a new opportunity. Mrs. Halterman has worked in Bedford County Public Schools since 2007 after beginning her career as a teacher in Botetourt County. She's been an assistant principal at Goodview Elementary School for 3 years, been principal of Thaxton Elementary School where she served for 5 years. And during her tenure at Thaxton, Ms. Halterman saw the school reach full accreditation. Mrs. Halterman then began work at Bedford Science and Technology Center, now Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center as principal. Her service to the division has included work with the CT Advisory Board, the School Health Advisory Board, Bedford One, and local economic development partners, in addition to representing Region 5 superintendents on the Virginia Association of Secondary School Principals Board. Mrs. Halterman has an exciting new opportunity before her that will expand her scope of practice as an educator. She and her new school agency are likely to make a related announcement in the near future, And I would like to extend our sincere best wishes for success to Mrs. Halterman in her new role. Next, I would like to congratulate and welcome Mr. Troy Doss as principal of Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center. Mr. Doss has spent 27 years in education, working in all zones and school levels of Bedford County Public Schools, beginning his career teaching history and health at Stanton River Middle School. In 1996, Mr. Doss moved across the county to teach world geography and government at Jefferson Forest High School, while at the same time coaching football, basketball, and baseball. After 2 years at JF, Mr. Doss took a job at Alta Vista High School as the head baseball coach and served as a synergistic technology teacher. He later returned to Bedford County as a computer resource teacher that was a split position between Bedford Elementary and Body Camp. In 2005, Mr. Doss was hired as the Jefferson Forest High School athletic director. After a year serving in that position, he became an assistant principal at JF and spent 11 years in that role before being named most recently as the supervisor of maintenance in 2017. He's earned a bachelor's degree in social sciences from Lynchburg College and a master's in curriculum and instruction from the University of Virginia. He later added a master's in administration and supervision from Lynchburg College in 2005. So I would like to welcome Mr. Doss as principal of Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center. We look forward to continuing a vision for our students, successful preparation for postgraduate education and career placement. So congratulations to both of those educators. And lastly, I would like to recognize Virginia School Principals Appreciation Week as January 24th through 30th, 2021. I hope that board members and the community will join me in acknowledging the tireless efforts of our school principals and assistant principals in Bedford County Public Schools. The role of the principal as the instructional leader of the school is critically important to ensure that students are not only provided the opportunity to learn, but also to do so in a healthy and safe environment. The leadership has especially been tested this school year with the new COVID health and safety protocols that have been implemented, the flexible schedules and groupings that were arranged to accommodate distancing mandates, and the extra support that has come with implementing hybrid and virtual programs, in addition to the normal day-to-day routines of operating a school. It is with great pride that I acknowledge and thank all of our Bedford County Public School principals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers, and congratulations to Ms. Halterman and Mr. Doss. Action items. Do we have a motion on the organizational items?
Mr. Chairman, I have one question.
Yes, Dr.
And I think Mr. Hill might have touched on this before. So at this point, we don't have a common meeting scheduled with the Board of Supervisors.
At this point, no ma'am. But we can definitely add
Yeah.
that if it is the board's.
Well, I think at this point,
pleasure, yes.
my opinion is we probably don't need it just yet, but
When the time comes, we will make sure to add that.
thank you.
So Dr. Rogers, can we just approve all of these as a block, or do we need to approve each
I
individually?
think you can approve them as a block.
Approve this block. Okay, so do we have a motion on the organizational items to include appointment of the superintendent's designee, agent of the board, clerk of the board, deputy clerk of the board, and the 2021 meeting calendar?
I move we approve the organizational items as presented.
Okay. So I think Ms. Kirby just beat you under the wire, so we'll call you a second. All right. All right.
What's up, 80?
You did. I mean, I think you started even before I finished talking. So any questions, comments on this discussion? If not, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Organizational items are approved. Fuel bid approval. Dr. Lewis.
The information was posted earlier this afternoon regarding bids that were opened just before the meeting. That has to be a really current, immediate approval, just because those bids are usually only good for the day they're given. We had 3, as shown in the attachment, and we're recommending the approval of all of the low bids for the various types of fuel that we need. Fortunately, these bids will represent some savings from the bid that was accepted last year this time, so that should be good for our budget as well. Davenport Energy and James River Solutions are the 2 firms that were the low bidders for looking at them each individually.
We have a motion on the fuel bids.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the fuel bid as presented.
Ms. Kirby, you got in first again. Have a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Right. The low bids are approved. So now we get to the fun part of the agenda where we get to jump back up and catch up on staff reports that we did not get to before the dinner break.
4.01.
4.01, yes, thank you. So calendar options for 21-22, Dr. Francis.
Good evening. I'm bringing you a couple of options. I want to kind of walk you through this in the thought process because, as you know, this is very late in the year. Typically, we have a calendar set up in by October, typically at the latest, and this year's been very different. Obviously, with not knowing where we're headed with COVID and so forth, one of the things that I've presented here is 2 just generic options. I want to be clear on that. 2 generic options that really the only thing that typically matters for us is beginning date and ending date, because for us to roll over in the spring in our student information system so we can build our schedule, we have to have that information in. It's never been a problem because, as I said, we do that typically in February, March. We start building that master schedule for next year and roll that over. So we've always had a calendar and to work with. Now, what I did was 2 calendar options, just as I said, as kind of placeholders to start thinking about where we want to start. And all of both of these, or any calendar we put, I think the big bold letters would be subject to change, because we certainly can't predict what's going to be in place in August or September. I know what we'd like, but I don't know that we can predict that. What I did in calendar option A is I went back to the last calendar that we really had staff give information on, give input on. That was a 2019-2020 calendar, and I basically just put that in for option A and used the 21-22 dates for that. Option B was, this year we started school after Labor Day. I put in what it would look like if we started school after Labor Day. Now, this year we were given a waiver. We're going to be given a waiver. So we don't have to meet the 990 hours or the 180 days. Next year, we can't assume that that's going to be in place. If we have to meet the 990 hours, which is, we do the hours, a calendar, if we started after Labor Day, is going to look much different, because every question when we altered the calendar was always, do we have to add anything at the end? And it was no, because this year we have waivers. You can't count on that going forward. So I had to build 2 calendars on what it would look like. But as I said, no matter what we do with the calendar, I think we were going to have to make some adjustments I do think we'll need to get staff input once we decide, are we looking at a pre-Labor Day start as we've traditionally done, or are we looking at a post-Labor Day start? Once we know that for sure, then I think when we fill in between, that's where we typically give staff input and we send out some options and say, okay, here's option A, here's option B, here's option C. Each school determines what they feel is the most appropriate calendar. So that's what I think we would have to do, but we're coming to a time that we're gonna have to have something in the Power School system so that we can roll over and build schedules. So the idea, as I said, I went back to 2019-20, that's the last school year that we completed the whole calendar without changing it really. So, and put that in, so that's your option A. And that is starting in August and then finishing before graduation, before Memorial Day. And all of the things that staff have always said they wanted are in that calendar. The 3 days for Thanksgiving break, the 2 weeks for winter break, ending the first semester, so that you don't have to take over and study for exams over the break. And so all of those components are in there. The things like professional development days, if we want to add more, delete, take out, whatever, we can always do that with any calendar, and that's the easier part of it. The toughest part is coming up with what do we want to do as far as setting a start date and an end date. Now, even if we do that, it could change, but as I said, that's why any calendar should say subject to change, because I don't know who will be in August. If we're able to start school in August and everything's fine, great. But if it looks like we might need to put school off a couple weeks because of whatever the case is with COVID-19, we need to have a realistic view of what that would look like in a calendar. So I'd be happy to answer any questions or walk you through that or anything with that.
Dr. Mealy.
Yes, Dr. Francis, so you said A is really what the staff would prefer, generally speaking.
Well, that, I just went back to 2019. That was the one that the last calendar where we had, I sent out options and the staff approved. They did vote for that calendar. But as I said, even if we went with that as our base calendar, I think what we would need to do is once we're sure, okay, this is, we know we can start in August. We may send out a couple different versions of that and get staff input, because always, you know, when you do parent-teacher conferences or when you do professional development days, that can change and you can manipulate that.
And I would just say, you know, perhaps Dr. Hicks and Ms. Harrison can also speak to this. In my experience, I would always prefer like starting after Labor Day, but I know I'm absolutely in the minority there all the time. Everybody wants to start very early, so my preference would be to do what the staff would prefer, which is usually starting in August and getting out the 1st of June.
Other questions, comments?
Yes. Get on.
Oh, yes, I thought you were pointing.
No. Mr. Leamy, thank you for putting your survey on social media. I'm following what people have said on yours. And I believe you had an 86% response for draft A. So that's what I would stick with.
And the BCEA also recommended A.
I know for families, especially at the high school level, getting everything finished up before winter break is always nice, so you don't have to miss 2 weeks, then come back and try to remember everything in time for exams. So we will revisit this next month for action.
And I guess what I would like to do is if you go with draft A, then as we get further down, maybe send out a couple modifications with that different versions to staff and get input, because as I said, where you put some of those professional development days and some of that, that's an easy change. Because we did not send this out and get, like, in a traditional year, I would have had 3 options. I would have sent it to schools, and then I would give you a report, you know, this percent wanted A, this percent wanted B, this percent wanted C. So, I can do that if the board prefers that. Even if you approve next month the calendar draft A, it will have subject to change, and I can gather more input from the staff if there's recommendations. I know in the past we've done things like primary days where we've decided to not have school during a primary or election days and so forth.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I was just,
Yes, please.
I certainly would like to see input from the staff. I know that's been, historically, that's what we've done. I'd like to see that continue. I think it's valuable.
Dr. Hicks?
I was just gonna say, if we were all agreeing tonight that we think an early start calendar is the best, could we go ahead and approve that by consensus, so that Dr. Francis can get some variations of that for our next meeting?
Would that be acceptable to everyone?
We're getting input
What
from the staff.
I will do then is I will create some different variations of this draft calendar A. I will send it to the schools, get them to provide me the input of which of the different versions they like, and then I'll provide that to you so that you know for the staff at all levels, like elementary, middle, and high. It might be a little different this year because there's different grade configurations, but I'll get that done.
And I've heard lots of praise for the planning days this year, so I'm sure staff would love to have those again if possible.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. I look forward to seeing what you come back with in February. And Dr. Connor, policy GBA and policy JFHA updates.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I bring you for information tonight, policy GBA and JFHA, as you know, it sits both in personnel and student side as well. There are significant changes to the policy, and if you've counted the pages, I think it's approximately 20, so it is quite a lengthy document. And really the greatest changes in the policy really relate to investigation, the process of investigation, and the increased number of staff members required to investigate and respond to complaints to ensure neutrality and lack of bias, and folks that are don't have information regarding these complaints. So it does again expand the process related to addressing complaints of discrimination. There are also some broad training requirements that are included in the recommended changes that include training for all staff, which has never been required before, and also specific training for coaches, those also participating in receiving complaints as well as investigating complaints. So that's a broadened expectation of the revisions. There's also a more detailed investigation in the process, and it identifies specific roles of individuals within this process. It mentions a coordinator, mentions a compliance officer, it talks about an investigator, a decision maker. So you see these titles and roles of individuals that work through this investigative process that are highlighted in the policy. There's also some specific and revised information that needs to be made visible and communicated, both on our website, in our documents, our handbooks, things along that line, and also related to our non-discrimination statement that needs to be broadly visible in our correspondences and our things we post. Because of the significance of this policy, and particularly the changes, we have scheduled a training for senior and executive staff related to this policy with Sands Anderson next week, and we'll be doing that on the 21st. So that we completely digest these changes and ensure that we're viewing it as we should and that we're in compliance in it as we implement it. Also, all employees And also coaches will get separate and specific trainings through our professional learning platform next week as well, as required by the revised Title IX guidelines. So that's an overview of the highlights of the changes, things that are in place, and the trainings that we put in place because of those significant changes. And we're looking forward to understanding and again, developing a process within our district that aligns with the expectations and compliance as part of this policy. So that's what I bring to you tonight for information.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you, sir. Oh, yes, Mr. Hagler, yes.
Line, but there was an item I was supposed to mention when I was given the forecast for the year update. And I apologize.
Only if it's a good
Go
update,
back to
though.
that, it was a staff report.
That's good, that's all.
The board did ask that when we did our next forecast update, to look at whether we could do something for those employees that did not receive a step or anything that was in the budget. Projecting over $4 million at the end of the year, I think we have money to take care of those employees. We do steps for long term, it would be my recommendation to do a bonus for those employees that's not reoccurring, since we're kind of taking additional money from the budget that is not guaranteed each and every year. So I put it to the board, if you have consensus, I'll move forward with this. I kind of looked at some pay bands and what would be kind of about the same amount that our other employees got with steps, which is about 1.32 to 2%, in that range. It kind of scales down. So anybody making from up to about $25,000 would receive a $300 bonus. 25 to 35, a $400 bonus. 35 to 50, a $700 bonus, and above 50, $800. Those are just bands. There would be different percentages for each one, but I think that would be pretty equitable. And my payroll staff might be able to get it done in January, but we are doing W-2s, 1099s, 1095s, and turning the year over. So if not, we'll get it done in February if the board has consensus to do that. That would cost about $62,000 to do that. It's about 110 employees that would be impacted. I should have mentioned that earlier, apologize, but I didn't want to leave tonight without mentioning that. I told the board I'd bring that back and I failed to do that. So if the board has consensus, we can move forward with that.
Mr. Hill, yes.
How does that compare to top salaries of those around us? So if we take our top step and compare it to the highest step of any county around us, does that bonus percentage get them to the annual difference of the pay?
I would say since the recession, when everybody froze steps, some of the information's not even on websites anymore. Some have just gone to COLAs and trying to get that information. Dr. Connor's actually trying to gather some information from surrounding districts on starting pay. But I think what you'd find in a lot of districts, people are all over the place. So it's not like a lot of people have posted maximums. There's people above, and it's kind of gotten out of whack as it has here. It probably is gonna get close to our time, and we've been discussing this as a staff. We haven't fully implemented the previous salary study, but that's 5-6 years old. And with minimum wage coming and with the frozen steps and still trying to get all that, it might be time to do another salary study that would give us that information. It's just not as readily available as it used to be when everybody was doing steps and everything was posted. So I do understand your question, but we have some people that are over and they're at various points over. Some might be 1,000 over, some might be 4,000 over. It depends on what happened in the past when those when the maximums were set. So I don't know if I rambled, but
I guess I'm more concerned about from a retention standpoint. If we were to take what we have available as the highest salary for those positions, how do we compare? And so if I'm a teacher and I'm at step 39, which is the highest, correct?
We actually only have 30 steps posted.
30.
Yes, there are people above that.
Okay, I remember some steps.
Yes, yes.
So if you're at the highest step and I can go to next door county and make more.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure that that bonus that we're giving them is competitive
Well,
from a retention standpoint?
from I didn't look at it from that perspective. I looked at it perspective of what did all the other employees get? You know, the 1,400 employees that got the step earlier this year in November received about 1.32%. That's what we budgeted in from the last budget. So I was trying to target that these employees did not get anything in November to get something that's comparable to that. Not to say come back to these people and say, let's get you up to comparative with other districts at the max. It's just not the approach I took on doing that. We had posted scales, and I was just trying to say, what did all their employees get? And trying to get them correct. I will say, from our last salary study, it depends on how people structure their salary scales and their steps. We're very competitive in some places, especially entry level to 10 years. Some districts make big jumps at 15 and we become uncompetitive, and some make jumps at 25. So it depends on how the philosophy of whatever board and whatever district it is, you become either, you stay competitive pretty close all the way along the line, or all of a sudden way out you become not as competitive and those things jump. And to fix that somewhere along the way, it just costs a lot of money because it affects a lot of employees depending on where you do that. But I'll do what the board pleases on this. I'm just telling you the approach I took was to give something that's close to what everybody else got back in November.
Dr. Mealy.
And thank you, because that's what we did, I did ask of you to check for that. I'm appreciative that we can give these people who have 30 years with us at the top of the scale something, so, I mean, that, and it's comparative to what they would have gotten if there would have been another step. So I really appreciate this, but Mr. Chairman, I also think that moving forward, we, as Mr. Hagler said, this is not a recurring thing, that we do have to come up with something that is recurring for these people. I just think it's just awful to say you've worked here 30 years and sorry, we're not gonna give you a raise. And I understand that costs money, but I think that will keep us at least more competitive than not giving anything, plus the morale. I think it helps morale. So thank you, Mr. Hagler, for even being able to work that out.
And I'd say just all that discussion about how to set up compensation, steps, how far does it go out, pay bands, is a complicated one. And that's why I would suggest that there's been a lot of changes since we did the last one. There's more changes coming with minimum wage. It's gonna cause compression. It's gonna get more complicated. And we may wanna do something, salary study, maybe even something joint or something like. We need to come up with some ideas on that, and I don't think it's an easy thing to solve, but it's something that's coming our way, so.
I'm sorry. May I ask one more question?
Please.
If we were able to come up with some sort of, I'm gonna use this word really loosely, policy, is a COLA the best thing here when you're doing it rather than,
For these employees,
yes, for the ones above 30?
that would, when I set the budget for this year, whenever we do a step, I don't factor that in for those employees, so that was not built into the budget. So I would have to come back with that technical adjustment in the following year for those employees, and that, that would add to next year's budget, because that's not a built-in thing, it's a one-time thing. The idea behind having a maximum, even in the private industry, certain jobs, you're willing to pay within a pay band. And if somebody decides to say 50 years, the pay band is still where you're gonna pay the maximum. That's just a philosophy, whether you agree with it or not, but, if you wanna institute it as a step and a permanent, I can do that. It would cost a bit more because it then impacts VRS and other things. But it's not gonna be hundreds of thousands more than that, it'd be a little bit more than that. And I would mention that the vast majority of the employees are the bus drivers because they max out at step, I think 13 or 14. So that's our steps for them.
So would that be something we could incorporate into our budget conversation at a future meeting? Excellent. Thank you. That matters to the board. Budget considerations for 21, Dr. Mealy.
Yes, board members, I had given you last month access to 4 different budgets that I pulled from different counties just to look at. And we were gonna come back this month and decide if we did wanna do any of that. Again, I wanna emphasize, I don't think we need to do what they did because that's years in the making. It's not something, in my opinion, you do in right now, but it is something that I think, since we've heard from people who have made comments regarding the fact that that might be a good thing, it would be I think it would be advantageous for us to start, very minimally at first and see what we can do with it. And I'm talking about things like just, title pages and maybe revenue by source or goals or demographics, whatever people thought might be appropriate to start with. It doesn't have to be a lot, it's just a start. And I did speak to Mr. Hagler, but he really wanted us to talk about it before he took a look at it. So, and I think it's something, as I said, that people we've been speaking to have absolutely pointed out.
Dr. Hicks, yes.
I think that that's something we should wait till our new superintendent's on board to initiate.
Agreed.
I agree with Dr. Hicks. In fact, I thought that's what we decided last month.
We decided we're
Yeah,
gonna
I thought this, I
collaborate with the new superintendent to develop.
thought that's what we decided last month. But I agree with Dr. Hicks.
Any other thoughts on that?
So we'll wait till the new superintendent.
It seems that there's consensus to wait on that.
And then other matters from the board, that would be all.
Yes. All right, so is that all?
I'll have others.
Oh, you have others. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry. A couple of things. I have a couple of, I don't usually respond to 1 or 2 emails, so I've gotten a couple of emails like this, and Dr. Connor, maybe you can help. It's people who are concerned that their license fee is not being paid this year, but we are paying people as of September, if I understand that correctly.
Those that are going through the renewal process, license renewal for the first time, we've extended that they will not have to pay for their renewal. So I'm not sure we put that out in writing. We've been getting renewals in effective, we started to receive those January 1. They let us start to submit those a little earlier this year. So unlike in the past years, the renewal process, there's no cost to the employee this year.
Right, is it just their first renewal or now anybody moving forward is
No,
going to be?
anybody, we've made a decision starting at this point to pay for the renewal fee related to license renewal.
And
Dr.
it started,
Mealy, could I interrupt for a moment?
sure.
I believe Mr. Leamy has to leave momentarily, so I wondered if we could get his comments and then we can come back.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everyone who turned out this evening to exercise their First Amendment right to express their opinion and hopefully influence those that they elected. So thanks, guys. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Dr. Mealy, yep. Just wanted to make sure Mr. Leamy could get that in for you.
Thank you.
Is there, and I'm not, this is not criticism, please don't take it that way, why wouldn't we do that from the first of this school year rather than the middle of the school year?
Well, actually, we cannot submit, it's for anybody that has a renewal for spring of 2021. So we sent out information about the renewal process. Folks have been getting the trainings done, getting the paperwork in, and working with their advisor, who's the principal or supervisor, getting those documents prepared. And as of January 1, we've been accepting those for renewals that are due
This year,
this year.
yeah.
So it's a renewal process for this spring. And anyone that's due in the spring is not having to pay for their renewal fee.
Yeah, I understand, I just have people who are saying, this is my last it's $50 now instead of the 25, and this is my last renewal, I'm not gonna need to renew again, and, I think they're just feeling that they wish the county could have paid that for their last license renewal, because they're gonna retire between the time they applied and the time that
Right.
they're, you know.
We were intending for it to be a good thing, and I think we started at this point. And I actually renewed for my last time 2 years ago, and I don't anticipate renewing again. I would have been really happy to get that gift from the district myself, but it started someplace.
I do know you have to start someplace. Mr. Hagler, I do have a question for you too. Last month, we all went around and spoke to what we thought was important for inclusion in the budget. So there were roughly 13 or 14 items that we identified, each of us, collectively. And so how is the county going about addressing those or prioritizing those in any way?
The first thing, the way we've done it in the past is trying to get a good snapshot of the revenue. And then addressing, the things that were brought up, both by some speakers and also by the board, principals, and gathering data. I think we clearly heard that like salaries in some kind of way is top priority. So given priority to that, you calculate those and then you start moving down the list and start doing that, and staff works together to kind of come up with what do we think is what we'd like to come and bring forward to the board. So we're doing those calculations. On the expense side, I briefed on the revenue. On the expense side, I'm looking at what's actually happening in the current year and trying to make adjustments. As everybody knows, this is not a typical year, so it's harder to say, use this year as a predictor of next year. But we're doing the best we can. There will be some technical savings that I will capture that happens year over year, and those will be savings in the budget that will help us balance whatever we're gonna do on the salary side. And then, as we mentioned earlier, we're looking at different programs for efficiencies, so we'll also consider those. And then any enhancements that we think may need to come out, and based upon what the board members had mentioned and stuff. So we're working through that as staff, and then we'll bring a proposed budget on the 18th, and then the school board. I think we're meeting the week afterwards for a work session, and the school board can take up any of those items, take them out, add things, and go from there before you balance a budget and present that to the board of supervisors.
Okay, thank you.
So all those are being considered and weighed and looked at, and we're doing calculations on those.
Okay, I was just, because we had like 13 or 14, I was like, that's a lot to throw at you. Dr. Woodford, I've gotten from several, especially high school students and quite a few parents, that they're, first of all, so appreciative. No one is, I want to make absolutely clear, no one's complaining about their teachers at all. But they are wondering if, what they're telling me is they go to 3 classes for 30 minutes twice a week. And what the students are telling me is that they don't feel like they have enough time to cover all of the material. A lot of this has to do with higher level math courses. And so they just wanted to know if you could get back with us, is there a possibility that we could increase the time that those children in that math class, those higher level math classes are there for the hour that they thought they're telling me they thought it would be an hour, but it's only 30 minutes. They don't feel like they can cover everything in 30 minutes. And is that a possibility that we can look at?
Well, it's a possibility, but as part of our mitigation, our students stay in cohorts and then they schedule time with teachers, or teachers call them in for small groups. So I think they would probably need to communicate with their teachers, and I can surely communicate with the high school principals that maybe they need to see which courses students feel like they need more time with. But students actually request time with their teachers, so if they need more time, they can request it. Again, we're not changing with the bell schedule and mixing students and stuff all day, so it is very different. But I can mention those concerns to the high school principals and see if they can figure out if there are certain classes that
Okay.
students have concerns with.
And I can actually get with these people. I mean, these mostly deal with Algebra 2 classes, is what I'm understanding. Well, I'll get back with these people and see, but so they can just, if they just feel like that 30 minutes is not enough, I'm going to school on Tuesday, I don't think it's enough, they can just ask the teacher, can I stay longer?
And this is primarily at Stanton River.
Yes, and, well, actually, Jefferson High School as well. Okay. No, just a minute. And then I just have, all right, two more things. One is, I've heard from some teachers too, that when the schools are closed, that the in-person teachers are, I'm using their words, expected to teach remotely from home. Is that correct?
Are you talking about when we do the weather codes?
Well, the particular date in question was October 29th. I mean, I just got this, but it's, and they're just saying that due to inclement weather, my school building was closed, but I was asked to teach remotely from home that day.
What we've asked teachers to do is to make sure they have things posted, because in our weather codes, it says there could be a virtual learning day, which means in Canvas, there should be assignments for students to do. We've not asked teachers to actually get online and do live, lessons and things with students, because we don't know what their internet may look like. On days that teachers could come, which is this October 29th, the weather actually, I think we were more concerned about our students being in that weather. They can always come to school if they, want to do that, but that's part of that virtual learning days, so that we can keep getting as many hours as we can. Obviously, we can't make kids attend on those virtual days, and we ask teachers to try to make things available for them so they can continue learning, since we've missed so much time this year already with the late start and extra work days.
We also did, Dr. Dewis did clarify the inclement weather codes, because there were questions about virtual learning and who was expected to do that, and he clarified that over the holidays for the first of the year, where they're being encouraged to try to keep their learning going, but probably not required to do virtual teaching on those inclement weather days.
Okay, thank you. And just one more thing, and this is just really to our staff. I know that as we're closing in on, the second semester, that I've heard from some teachers that they are just a little disappointed and disheartened because their children aren't doing as well as they had hoped they would do. And I just want to say to everyone out there, from really the nutrition workers to the custodians to the paras to the teachers to everyone, that I really don't want you to be disheartened. You're trying to climb a really steep mountain and you're dragging a 2,000-pound rock up with you, and nobody's ever done this, and I don't think anybody on the board expects that things are going to go the way they've gone before. So I think you have to really be kind to yourself and to understand that we're building this plane as we're flying it, and we don't really even aren't quite sure of the heading all the time that we're on. So be really good to yourself. I am keeping track of divisions across the country and even within the state of Virginia. And I will tell you, I really think Bedford County, even though our teachers may be having some, not be pleased with everything that they're able to do, you're really doing very well. And everything that I'm looking at, certainly I'm not looking at every single one or nearly every single one, I've just picked several flowing across the country, watch, that everyone's going through the same thing. So, please be good to yourselves and know that we really appreciate everything that you're doing, and this is very, very difficult, and I just think you're doing a great job with this, so be kind to yourself. And congratulations to you, Mr. Johnson and Ms. Rogers, thank you so much. I hope your first weeks have been good.
Great, thank you, Dr. Mealy. Dr. Hicks? Nothing? Ms. Kirby?
I just want to thank everybody for the votes for the vice chair. And I want to echo Mr. Leamy, and I want to thank all the athletes, all the parents, all the coaches that have been standing up for what you believe in. Just keep standing. It's the only way you're gonna get something is if you fight for it anymore. So keep on going. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to just, once again, just to say thank you to all of the teachers, the staff members, paraprofessionals, all of you, our bus drivers, for all of your hard work, your dedication, and all of your efforts, for the central office staff as well. Thank you guys as well for all of your hard work. And also thank you to Dr. Rogers for her role now, and she stepped in, and I'm just very pleased with how she certainly has taken the reins and working and dedicated to our school system. So very thankful for Dr. Rogers as well. I also wanted to just mention, and I've had this conversation with several individuals regarding the inclement weather codes as it pertains to building principals and their staff during the times when weather is such that perhaps maybe they can come in. And I know from time to time that varies. The interpretation of that particular code can cause some different variants across the various schools. And I'd like to see the department really take a close look at that, and I'd like to recommend that we certainly allow the building principals to certainly make that call. If they feel as though it's not safe for their office staff to come in, then certainly I think that they should be given that right and that authority to do so. That's all that I have.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hill?
Thank you. Dr. Rogers, is staff available during business hours to all board members or just a few of us?
To all board members.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I did attend basketball games in Roanoke to watch our Forest and Stanton River, 30% of Stanton River kids play. That was a fun time, both boys and girls. I wanted to speak to our athletes. My apologies to our student athletes. How embarrassing that this board has chosen to end the careers and season of our winter sport athletes. Today was the deadline, and we as a board have failed you. Again, my deepest apologies. I do want to thank the athletes that came out tonight. What a shame that our security was asked to keep our student athletes away from the building because they are too loud. It's almost like some of these board members didn't want to hear from you. That's obvious. But again, thank you for coming out. The governor says it's okay. VHSL says it's okay. And other counties around us say it's okay. But 4 board members at this table in District 1, 2, 3, and 5 say no to you, student athletes. What I will tell you and your parents in our community is local elections matter. And so you have a choice coming up this year. Athletes, let's play travel ball. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. As you may have noticed, we've been meeting a little more regularly lately. And I'm pleased to give you an update on the status of our superintendent search. We've been very encouraged by a very large and highly qualified pool of applicants. We have completed our first round of interviews and will continue the process. And we will keep you updated on that as we go forward. Let me just say recently, I did get to visit Stanton River High School and Stanton River Middle School and saw some great in-person learning. Saw a lot of stress, but yet also a lot of excitement. People were very happy to be back in the building. for in-person learning. And something that stood out from many conversations that I've had at many of the schools I visited this year is resiliency. And everybody is working extra hard to keep in-person learning going, and I certainly appreciate all of their efforts. Especially want to thank our nurses. I know while most of us were trying to take a few days off around Christmas to relax and unwind, they were working, contact tracing, taking phone calls from positives and potential exposures and continuing that work. So, kudos to you. You are doing God's work, and thank you for all that you do. And on a personal note, I would like to thank the board for your trust in me this year, and I will do my best to keep that trust and to earn that trust. 2021 is going to be an exciting year, a very momentous year. We have a lot of things to do this year. We'll be hiring a new superintendent, and hopefully getting back to much more of a semblance of normal. So I look forward to working with everyone on this board to make that happen. And in the meantime, I would love to begin some of the things we've talked about in the past, working with VSBA to develop some procedures, some rules that we can abide by as a board, and then we can bring our new superintendent into that conversation so that we know where the line is, the new superintendent knows where the line is, and we can be more harmonious and accomplished together. So I would just say in the end, 2021 is going to be an exciting year, and I look forward to working with everyone in this room to make this the best year yet for all of Bedford County schools. All right, so we've covered a lot of ground tonight. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We have a motion by Dr. Hicks. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Kirby. Assuming there is no discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned.